Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime. I am South African living in the Netherlands. For those of you who are new here, welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to my patrons, members, all the subscribers, and everyone that's gonna subscribe today, including all the lurkers, people who just watch and they're a little shy to chat with us. Hello to you as well. So finally, you guys, today we're gonna be going over the Sarah, it's actually the Jorge Torres case, but of course it's Sarah Boone's trial coming up. It was supposed to be on December 11th. Well, we could go back in time and look at all the times this trial was supposed to start. Now it's been shifted again, and the pre-trial hearing is on January 16th of 2024, and that of course might change as well. So we will see at the time of this recording on the 28th of November of 2023, this live stream that we're having here. That's the plan. Starting in January of 2024. Bertie says, happy anniversary to me. Admire and respect all you do, G, and love this entire true crime family. Can't wait for your take on Sarah. Thank you so much and for supporting the channel for 6 months. If you haven't yet, please like the video and share it. You could use the hashtag Sarah Boone. It's the most popular way to categorize this case, of course. BOONE. You can also use the hashtag Jorge, JORGE, Torres, TORRES, okay? Or hashtag Florida, hashtag Grizzly True Crime. Those also work. Thank you so much for doing that. And for all of you who follow me on X, my handle is @TrueCrimeGizzler. All right, so are we ready? I have a presentation for you. Here's the plan for today, because there's so much to cover in this case. It's a case that dates back to 2020, February 2020. And it's the most nightmarish game of supposedly hide and seek I've ever heard of. You know, Sarah Boone suggesting allegedly to her boyfriend that they should play hide and seek and he should get inside a suitcase. Then she zipped him inside the suitcase and used a little like paper clip to make sure that zipper was closed, but claims to have left some space, you know, for him to be able to open it himself. Doesn't seem to be the case. And she left him in that suitcase. She went upstairs and went to sleep, she says. And then came back downstairs 12 hours later and then was shocked to learn he was still in the suitcase. Like, what? And he had died in the suitcase. It's extremely upsetting. This case kind of makes me feel quite sick sometimes. I've avoided it for a long time because I'm just like, I don't know, man. This case and the defendant, what a busy lady. She is on attorney number 7. I stand corrected. Is it 7 or 8? I think it's 7 when I last counted. Oh my goodness. You thought Letitia Stark kept us busy? Wait till you see this one. So the plan is I've got a presentation for you. Then we're going to listen to the 911 call that was made on that day. We're going to watch the police arriving at the house and the interview they had there with Sarah Boone and also with her ex-husband. And then we're going to be watching the entire interrogation. We're going to leave the letters, Sarah Boone's infamous letters to the judge. You see why I say Letitia Stark? For another day. Okay, maybe closer to the trial as well. It's absolutely crazy. I'm saying time flies when you have a great family to spend it with. Yes, and thank you to all of you. I see there's many of you that say you're so grateful when we have these streams, especially longer ones, because you love spending time with all the Grizzlies, and I agree. I concur. Me too. I absolutely love spending time with you guys, which is why you see me so often, right? Amy said, Sarah made me crazy listening to you. She was right up there with Letitia. Thanks, G, for all your hard work. So many of you, oh man, my inbox is full of requests for this case every single week, you know, for over a year already. And so we might cover the trial. We might actually do that, but wish us all luck, because at that point, is she going to defend herself like Daryl Brooks did? Because if this attorney withdraws, I think that's going to be the case. I think then the judge is going to be like, yeah, look, you're on your own. Because they were already talking about something like that. That then is going to be quite something, right? Thank you so much, Jules Weddy. I really, really appreciate it. So let's get the presentation going here for you. And I saw in the poll that I did before the live stream started that over 50% of you are not that familiar with the case. You know, about 20% or so have never heard of the case at all. And the rest of that 52% didn't. You just know about it a little bit. And then about 48% know the case really well. So wherever you are, there on that spectrum of whether you know the case or not, I'm so glad that you are here to go over this with me and that we can discuss it together. Okay. Bijou Bug says George Jorge. Well, Sarah Boone says that it's George. The court said it is George, so that's why I'm saying George. But I've heard that his pronunciation from his family may be Jorge. But that one I've deep dived, and it seems to be George. That's what she called him. So her boyfriend. So I'm gonna, from all the research I did, I'm gonna call him George, and I hope that doesn't offend anyone. Thank you so much, Bijou Bug. Okay. So Sarah Boone is pictured on the left-hand side, and she's the defendant who will be on trial, hopefully in January of 2024. It's all those delays. And then Jorge Torres was 42 years old when he died after being zipped in a suitcase. This happened in Winter Park, Florida. Mods, if you can help me thank people for stickers and things like that, I would really appreciate it. I know you always do. I just really appreciate it when you do. Thank you so much, Ava and Barco. Yeah, I'm not too sure what brand it was. Okay, so now let's see what happened here. Winter Park, Florida. I mean, Florida's got some crazy cases, but this one really, wow. So Jorge Torres Jr. was born on February 13th of 1978 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to Jorge Torres Sr. and Blanca Torres. He had a large family with 5 brothers and 3 sisters, and they had previously tried to help him with his addiction to alcohol. So there is a trigger warning for this case. This case involves alcohol addiction, alcohol abuse, and then also it's a case with domestic violence, which is why you can see I've got the purple ribbon here. And I'll do the distress signal for you in case you don't know about it. This is the DV, domestic violence distress signal. If you see someone doing that in a bar, in a cafe, in public, in a car, anywhere, you need to call the police and get them some help, okay? Or at least call the manager so that they can call the police. So just so that you are aware, I know there's lots of survivors of domestic violence in this community and lots of recovering addicts as well. So just know, we got your back. You're in a safe space. We are here going through this together. Sherry, it's nice to see you. So, wow, he really had a big family, huh? 5 brothers and 3 sisters. Okay, so he had lived in Clinton, Massachusetts before he relocated to Orlando, Florida. He had an unstable career history, of course, due to the alcohol addiction. And with his most recent work being at the Ace Hardware store in Florida before it was liquidated. He met Sarah Boone in January 2017, and that was when she was still married to Brian Boone. So, yeah, when I started looking at the timeline, I'm like, wait, they met when? They started dating when? But she was still married. And then what? So, the pair were known to get inebriated, play loud music, and fight. And this is obviously in the neighborhood. Neighbors got quite upset with him. So, they saw and heard a lot. They said they heard them crashing into walls, they heard thudding sounds, they heard screaming, they heard music and partying, and just all kinds of chaos coming from that house. Some neighbors said that Sarah was very chatty and friendly. George died from suffocation in a suitcase on February 23rd of 2020. He was cremated and his ashes were scattered by his family. Sarah Paulson Boone was born on October 10th of 1977 in Orlando, Florida. She attended Edgewater High School and claims that she excelled in all subjects. And we're going to hear that in her police interrogation. I mean, imagine talking to the police based on your boyfriend just dying. You're facing murder charges. And she's like, I've always been a straight A student. I excel at everything. She's like, I am an amazing mother to my son. Like, oh my gosh. Okay then, Sarah, a little out of context, but we're going to get there. So she attended Edgewater High School and claims she excelled in all subjects. In 2004, she married Brian Boone and they had 1 son together. I think he was 9 years old at the time in 2020, when she was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. So in 2004, right, she married Brian Boone. So they were together for a long time. Brian said that Sarah could get abusive and aggressive at times, and that's something to consider. In this case, it's hard to decipher which one is the DV aggressor here. If I had to pick one, because it sounds like they both were, it was a very toxic relationship. There was a lot of physical and all other kinds of abuse, I guess, like verbal, mental, but physical abuse towards each other. So sometimes you want to try to figure out the dynamic of the domestic violence going on. Both were arrested for, doing things to each other. But her husband, her ex-husband, saying that she could get abusive and aggressive at times, especially when she was drinking, is a red flag for me. So on November 13th of 2017, her husband filed for divorce. Of course, as you saw from our previous slide, she started dating George already in January of 2017. So it makes sense that he just said in an interview, I can't do this anymore. She's coming home at all hours of the night. She's not looking after our son. She's drunk all the time. And now she's got a boyfriend. So, actually good for him, right? For moving on. Some people get stuck in that cycle forever. So, yeah, he couldn't take her alcohol abuse anymore. Said she would spend most weeknights hanging out in bars, neglecting her family. And the divorce was finalized in August of 2018. Thank you so much, Catherine. Sarah got shared custody, which was quite amazing, actually, that she got shared custody. To me, it tells me, based on the little I know, about her, I know she's still going to go to trial and she's innocent until proven guilty and all of that. The videos she took on her own phone are pretty damning evidence, though. It's pretty bad. So the thing is, what was I saying? Oh, that she got shared custody tells me that she might be quite manipulative, that she can act the part when she needs to. So she got shared custody of her son and saw him every Monday, Tuesday, and alternate weekends. Sarah moved into an apartment but relied on alimony payments to get by. Her alcoholism escalated, according to friends, and then she met George in a bar and the pair started their toxic relationship during this time. So that's that backstory, yes. Tamzilla said both are very toxic together, but she comes across as very controlling and abusive. Also, just know I'll be looking at your comments a lot more when we are watching that interrogation, video, and we're listening to the 911 call and all of that. I just want to get through the presentation. So George and Sarah moved in together just a few months into dating. Of course, Brian, her ex-husband, was just not very pleased with this whole situation because he was actually funding it by paying alimony, and they were living off it. They were both unemployed, right? They lived in a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment at France Court in Winter Park, Florida. Neighbors said that George would often be seen playing outside with Sarah's son. They said they looked like they had a really good relationship. Some neighbors said that it seemed like Sarah was afraid of George. Now, I don't know why they say that. I did hear one neighbor's interview, and then that neighbor was like, George is a bad, bad man. Bad guy. So I don't know. This just all sounds very toxic. There's a lot of alcohol, a lot of toxicity, a lot of codependence, and domestic violence between the two of them. It's very, very sad, right? So then the property manager of where they stayed said that she had received up to 30 complaints about the couple. Sarah had actually fallen asleep on someone's patio before, apparently a few times. Like, they would open the door to go to work in the morning. There she was sleeping on their patio, either maybe going to the wrong house and passing out, or who knows what she was doing. She sometimes asked if she could use their bathroom and things like that. So the neighbors weren't too fond of them. She was sometimes seen drunk in the morning at 9 a.m. walking around dressed inappropriately, just walking around the grounds and drinking and dressed inappropriately. Mrs. Melissa said 30 complaints is a lot. Unusual that she wasn't evicted, right? Really nice property manager then with a lot of tolerance, right? Sarah Boone has been charged with second-degree murder of her boyfriend, Jorge Torres. So, they had been dating for 3 years before George died on February 23rd of 2020. Both had been married before. Sarah has one son with her ex-husband, Brian Boone, and George had 3 children with his ex-wife. They had a toxic relationship and both had been charged in domestic violence incidents on each other in the past. He had been arrested 4 times in their relationship for domestic violence and alleged battery. And in 2018, Sarah had been arrested for suffocating George. If someone's suffocating someone else, that's a real big red flag. I did a course on domestic violence with Laura Richards, and her channel is called The Crime Analyst, if you've never seen it. And in it, she said, once someone, has their hands on your neck, it can only get worse from there. It doesn't get better. Domestic violence in general, it only gets worse. But when it gets to that point, it's really, really dangerous for your life. Thank you so much, Helena. I really appreciate it. And I will be rereading all these sticker sweet messages later. And I will take them all in, take them to heart. Thank you so much. So, George was out on parole for domestic violence. Both bailed each other out when they went to jail. So that also shows you how toxic it is. You know, if they're fighting, then the one calls the police on the other, like Sarah calling the police on George, and then he would get arrested, but then she'd go bail him out. What a cycle. Neighbors had reportedly heard them fighting. They both abused alcohol. Sarah said George was notorious for running into the wall. You see, that's another red flag for me, that she might be the primary aggressor. I think they both, it seems like quite a domestic violence relationship, and toxic. But I think if you had to, and I'm only speculating, who's the primary aggressor here? It seems to me like it could be Sarah Boone, because to say, oh, he's notorious for running into walls. Yeah, oh dear. That's when you know that's a big red flag. Thank you so much, Leah. And so she said that she started documenting her abuse and that she would either flee to her ex-husband's house or upstairs to sleep. Now, again, to me, that's a red flag, because fleeing means, you're gonna go and get help elsewhere or flee for the night or whatever. I don't know if she actually went to her ex-husband's house. I highly doubt it. But to flee upstairs, I don't know, man. Like the apartment wasn't very big, so to like flee upstairs, it sounds to me like she's trying to say all the right things to not be a primary aggressor. But again, I'm just speculating, okay? Thank you, Alexis, and happy Grizzly-versary. So, what a mess, right? What a story. Imagine this trial. On February 24th of 2020 at 1:01 p.m., the Orange County deputies responded to a 911 call that Sarah Boone made, and we're going to listen to that call, okay? Telling them that her boyfriend was dead. She had first called her ex-husband, so she didn't initially call 911, and she waited many, many hours. Like, she went upstairs before midnight. Sometimes she says 11:30, sometimes 12:30, so let's call it midnight. And only the next day at like noon, 1-ish, only at 1-ish does she call 911 after calling her ex-husband. He's the one who advised her to call 911 because she called him over. Can you come over here and help me? And when she opened the door, he saw that George was unresponsive because she'd taken him out of the suitcase at that point, from my understanding. And so he's like, you got to call 911. And he just like stepped out of that apartment and just waited outside. And so you'll see the police talk to him as well. So then Sarah says that, so she called her first, he advised her to call 911. Sarah says that they were drinking wine the night before, putting together a puzzle and doing some art together. They then decided to play hide and seek. When George didn't come upstairs to look for her, she says she went downstairs, and they both thought it would be funny if he got into a suitcase. So she says she went upstairs first and was hiding in the shower, but he never came to look for her. She came back downstairs, and then the two of them were laughing and playing and deciding it would be really funny if he hid in the suitcase. Now, it doesn't take much to realize that's not how hide and seek works. Not like, hide in the suitcase, I'll find you. I mean, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Her story doesn't really add up at all, and it sounds very sinister. But she must have been joking with him, like, get in the suitcase, let's see how it is, let's see if you can fit. And maybe they were a little bit drunk. I mean, she says she had 1 glass of wine. I don't really believe her, and we'll see what you all think after you have watched the videos and the interrogation videos and things. I'm sure it was like a dare, right? It sounds more like a dare than a game of hide and seek, and a dare that became very sinister. So, when George didn't come upstairs, she went downstairs. They both thought it would be funny, right? If you got into a suitcase. Sarah says she then went back upstairs and fell asleep. So she went back upstairs, was awake for 30 minutes, and then fell asleep. And when she looked for George the next day, realized, oh my word, he's still in the suitcase. Can you believe that? Note, she last saw him at approximately 12:30, so half past midnight, and called 911 at 1:01 p.m. That's 12 and a half hours later. When the police arrived, she saw that George had lacerations. They saw that George had lacerations on his lip, bruising on his eye, scratches on his neck and back, and he also had blunt force trauma. Oh man. Ruser, if you're ever lost, go to grizzlytruecrime.com and all the links are there. So if you guys are looking for my second channel, thank you mods, all the links on grizzlytruecrime.com, including the new merch and everything like that. Okay, so when the police arrived, they saw that he had all these injuries. So it's not just that he was, in the suitcase and zipped up in there, and it's already, this is not just, it's like terrible that he had suffocated. There were also injuries, which tells me that it's much more sinister than we think. So they asked for Sarah's cell phone, which she willingly handed over, and they discovered 2 disturbing videos of George in the suitcase begging for Sarah to let him out. And it's really disturbing. I don't normally, as you know, on this channel, I do not show the last moments of someone's life. I am, however, going to show, I've shortened it. I need to show some parts of that video so that you can understand the things that she's saying. You need to listen to what she's doing and saying to understand what happened here, right? So just know that is coming up. Sarah has had more than 6 attorneys. She's on number 7 now, since she was arrested on February 24th of 2020. But first, she's very high maintenance, okay? Like writing lots and lots of letters to the judge and calling her attorneys buffoons and all kinds of things, and they're just quitting left and right. Her first public defense attorney, Mauricio Padilla, tried to withdraw from the case in April. So April 18th of 2022. He filed a motion to withdraw in May of 2018, saying that his relationship with Sarah Boone had become adversarial. After several public defenders were appointed and forced to withdraw due to conflict of interest, and then I was curious what conflict of interest, and I saw that one of the defenders had previously represented George in a case against Sarah. Things like that. So there's quite a high turnover there for a bit. Then Frank Berkowitz was appointed. Now he's also withdrawn, and that happened in December of 2022. And he thinks it would be best if she defended herself, which is why I'm saying it could be likely that she will defend herself. If this lawyer also withdraws, that'll be lawyer number 7. She might actually. So Judge Wayne Wooten appointed attorney Winston Hobson. Shame, Winston. You can do it, man. Oh my word. I wish Winston Hobson a lot of luck. Oh my gosh. And a lot of strength and energy. And so he's her current attorney. If convicted on 2nd-degree murder, she could face life in prison. Okay? Mrs. Melissa said, the Grizzlies are mature enough to know that you only show the necessary stuff to us. Great job as usual, Grizzly. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I would not normally show a video like that, but we need to listen to what she's saying. It was like in the Gannon Stauch case. Listening to the video where Letitia Stauch recorded him, that was very distressing, very sad to hear. But we needed to hear what is she saying and doing in that moment. So, okay. All right. So now, here's an interesting little bit. If you didn't know this, 4 years before the alleged murder, Sarah posted a photo on Facebook of a child in a suitcase. Now, this is what's the photos from all the articles that talk about this. This is the photo they show. So I don't know who the man is, if that's her ex-husband or her dad or who this is. I don't know. But anyway, they say that she posted a photo on Facebook of a child in a suitcase, presumably her son, which got everyone upset about the pictures that she'd posted, and they reported her to the police, and the police actually investigated it. Okay? And they said, that was investigated 4 years ago, and both our investigators in Department of Children and Families realized that was consensual. The kid wanted to get in there. The kid wanted the picture of being in the suitcase. But when I heard that and read that, what is up with Sarah Boone and making people get in suitcases? I know that's only 2 times, but I mean, it sounds pretty bad, right? Okay, so that is the presentation. I do also have the arrest affidavit, but I might actually read through that another time, unless you want to go through it now. I thought maybe we could listen to the 911 call now. So let's do that, because there's a lot to watch today. So let me fetch it for you. Hold on. There we go. Okay, now of course I've, as usual, defluffed things for you, edited it for you, put in, a lot of work to make sure that it's the best colors for you, and right now it's got like a reddish vibe, okay, on purpose, but that it's got the best sound and everything, so I hope that you can hear and see properly. This is the 911 call that Sarah Boone made on February 24th of 2020. That's after calling her ex-husband Brian, who lived very close by, and he came over to see, well, what's up? And the reason is he was calling her many times. Her ex-husband called and called and called because he was trying to hear, well, are you going to have Lucas for the day or not? Right? And she didn't answer those calls. So she called him back, and then he called her, and then she's like, can you come over? When he went over, he realized, this is terrible. Like, what is going on here? Call 911. And he just stood outside. So then she called 911, and this is the call. Okay, let's listen to it.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what's the street name?
France, F-R-A-N-T-Z.
And the apartment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send the line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Fire rescue. What's the location, Mercy?
Desk 32.
No, please don't leave.
4748 France Lane, apartment 3.
France Court.
I think she's saying that to her ex-husband. No, please don't leave. Please don't leave. You know? I hope you can hear. Is everything good? Not too loud, right? Okay.
France Court.
Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, fine, okay.
It's Tealwood Park Apartments.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and
Mm-hmm.
I put him in his case and we were playing. And
Okay.
You can hear what she just said. Even that will be presented in court. I put him in the suitcase and we were playing. And in the videos, he's not laughing. There's no playing. He's begging for his life and begging for her to let him out. Okay? Heather says, didn't she call the ex-hubby? Yes. Yes, she did. She called her ex-husband first. I've gone over that a few times now, so I hope you guys caught that. She called her ex-husband first, and he was just staying there because, of course, now she put him in an awkward position, basically. Come over here. And he's actually just trying to figure out, are you going, it's your turn to have our son. Are you going to fetch him? What's going to happen? She just ignored those calls. I don't know if she was hungover or what was really going on there. And then she's like, oh no, I forgot him in the suitcase. We were just playing. I just put him in there and I can't believe it. And you're going to see how she talks to the police about it as well. But pay attention to what she says. And here I also think she's trying to sound like panicked, but it's not coming across as panicked at all, in my opinion. What do you think? Anne, thank you so much.
like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's the apartment number?
3.
I don't know.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know if like he had like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting help out there too. All right, okay. Okay,
Right now?
Okay, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am?
Can you imagine? I mean, we'll see later in the police interview. She's like, I really love him. I love him so much. I've taken care of him. I've made him a better person. Like she just, she loves to brag about herself. You will see that later. But imagine being like, let's just be silly. Even if one was super drunk and you're like, yay, let's be silly, play a game. You get in the suitcase, I'm going to zip you up. And then you go upstairs and are awake for 30 minutes and then just fall asleep. I mean, don't you normally fall asleep next to your partner is what she's saying. So you're just going to go there and fall asleep? No concern for him? I can't even imagine it. If she really, and it sounds like she did just go to sleep because she only called 911 the next day at 1 p.m. How, that is so sinister to me that she can, and we've seen this in many cases where the suspected killer, or later, if they are a convicted killer, they go to sleep, They just like roll over, okay, never mind, we'll deal with it in the morning. This is terrible. So let's continue.
42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's Officer anywhere out there?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. I just need to confirm this. All right. I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No. He's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me. Okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay. Listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me. Okay?
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his. Okay, ma'am. Listen. Listen. Is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And he's
right.
purple.
Okay. All right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right. Okay. Listen. Okay, man. That's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him. Okay. All right. Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay.
Okay, you heard her scream there. She doesn't want to perform CPR, which again, given the situation, one can understand if you're visibly seeing, oh my word, he's no longer alive. It must be very traumatic to then perform CPR on someone. But the way she's saying it is almost like, no, I don't want to touch him. You could already see it. Okay, I'm basically pronouncing him dead, so don't make me do this. But then she has to. I think she actually does. Because, sometimes we've heard in cases where they fake doing CPR. I think she might have actually attempted it here. Let's have a listen.
Please! Okay, he just gurgled.
Okay. Listen to me. All right. I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
we want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, going to this twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is nothing.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need.
In your opinion, do you think that she was performing CPR or not? I see lots of divided opinions in the chat there. Some people say absolutely not. Maybe she wasn't at all. Maybe she was just counting, right? Jean said, sorry, but this is morbid. I mean, I agree. True crime itself is already grim and morbid. This case is very sickening. I can't quite put my finger on the word to describe it, but it's horrible, So, okay, continue.
To do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just continue pumping. Just count on us. I can count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's still.
This is all part of the evidence, I suppose, because one can probably, the way she's sounding, like you guys are saying, it's hard work, CPR. I also had to do CPR training every single year when I was a pilot at South African Airways. It is hard work. So I think maybe she's standing there going like 1, 2, 3, 4, and just like, please just hurry up, 5. It doesn't sound like she's actually doing it right. Oh dear.
And he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Right, okay, that's fine. You're doing a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Okay. Keep on pumping, ma'am. 1,
We were playing hide
2,
and seek.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, ma'am.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We were playing
Okay.
hide and seek.
Okay. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry. This
Right,
is
okay.
horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, ma'am, just
Ma'am, you literally just said 3 minutes ago, I put him in the suitcase. We were playing hide and seek. Those two are contradictory statements. You do not play hide and seek and put someone in their hiding spot. That's not how it works. So to now be screaming, what happened? What happened? You put him in the suitcase and then zipped it up and made sure it was zipped real tight, because apparently she used like a paper clip or like a tie to make sure that that it closed and couldn't be opened. That's what I read on that probable cause affidavit. So to be like, what happened? Okay, you want to play the denial game?
keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, just keep on pumping his chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Open. Come in. Can I stop pumping now?
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. We were playing hide and seek. He hid in the suitcase.
Sophia says, playing hide and seek at 40 plus is crazy. They were both 42 years old. Yeah, some of the things she says are very juvenile when she's like, I've always been a straight A student. Okay, but you're 42 now, you know? Now she's 45, current day, present day. But at the time, she was 42. So to be like, we're playing hide and seek. I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him.
Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
All right.
Yeah, no, he's my boyfriend. He's your boyfriend? Okay. Does he have any kind of medical issues? No. No, not that I know of.
Hello?
And that's it.
Hey, ma'am, the fire department's going to take care of you now, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
Alrighty. Hello, ma'am. You still there? Hello?
Hello, ma'am. You're still there? Dude, hangs up. Okay, then, Sarah Boone. So that was the 911 call. Let's just see here. Okay. Body cam, February 24th of 2020. So this was a Monday. All right. So we're going to see now when the police actually arrive at this apartment complex in Winter Park, Florida. What does Sarah Boone say then? Okay.
You can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend?
Yes, for like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and I, we drank last night. We had a.
Can you pass this to the around to the FD guys? Stop. They need to sign that for sure.
They're with me, so they're not.
Oh, they're not leaving?
I
Okay.
think I woke her up.
No. Each of them has to. So this might be a real scene. So each of them has to put their name.
Normally
in
I just put everybody.
Yeah, you call.
So I know there's a lot of movement. I just wanted to put this title there that Sarah's ex-husband, Brian Boone, is on the scene. She called him before calling 911. You can see him standing outside. You'll see him later, and they talk to him as well. He really did the right thing of not going in there. I think she almost called him over thinking, oh, it's okay, he'll help me. I wonder if she thought in her twisted mind, even though she's innocent or proven guilty, I wonder if she thought he's going to help me, get rid of this problem. Like maybe get rid of the body or something. But he walked in there and he's like, oh, no. Like 2 steps in the house. Nope. Backing out. You call 911. I'll wait outside. So, okay.
What's going on? I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take the stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay. Fine.
So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase, okay?
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning, when I found him.
Before you called?
Yes!
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried.
So even though the time up there, I think it's in Zulu time. So it was around 1 o'clock. She called it 1:01, so it's like 1:13. Is that 8 or 3? 1:18 or 1:13. That's when they arrive on the scene. Also, if you guys are struggling to hear this, just know that the audio it seems to be only on one side, so mono, right? I'm hearing it in my left ear. There's a little bit on my right side, but just switch out your AirPods or whatever it is you've got, or put on some earphones if you can't hear this. I have boosted the sound, so you should be able to hear. Just make sure you got the right ear going. Okay.
I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs, and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him, and I took him out, and I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or
Yes.
your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to pause here and there. If that's not your thing, then this is not the channel for you, because I generally offer commentary on content that I present to you guys, right? So if you just want to watch this without interruptions, there's many places to do that, and you might have already seen that. I think many of you are here for the commentary. So I've just got little talking points on the screen for you. Sarah and George were not employed. They lived off the alimony money that Brian paid. We went over this in the beginning, but just to remind you throughout. Also, interestingly, the probable cause affidavit says that Sarah says she left her phone downstairs that night, which is quite odd as well, because Brian, her ex-husband, was calling her from already like 11:30ish, trying to get hold of her for over an hour, and she wasn't answering. She says her phone was downstairs. She left it there and then went upstairs and was awake for half an hour and then fell asleep. So I would love to know, what was she doing for that half an hour? If you don't have your phone, I don't know, what would I be doing for half an hour if I don't have my phone? As soon as I go to bed, it's time to scroll YouTube, people. See what's happening out there, right? And so I just wonder about that. Why did she do that? Anyway, so Sarah and George were not employed. They lived off the alimony money that Brian paid.
So you were playing and who zipped him up?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or what.
What kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that I
didn't take
know
any
of.
medicine?
No.
An aneurysm, a heart attack, all of that. How about suffocation, lady? That's what happened when you stuffed him in a suitcase and zipped him in it. And the reason I can say it like that is because she took videos on her phone taunting him. He's like, please let me out, I can't breathe. And then she says all kinds of crap at him, like F you, and we're going to see that later, okay? All right. Oh, that's nice. Rose says, I have only seen this case covered from, or by a male perspective. I was very interested in your perspective. Thank you for stomaching this case. Her video is very telling. Thank you, Rose. That's a good way to put it. Stomaching this case. This case is quite nauseating, right? Okay,
Oh, no.
No matter.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling?
Okay, so I've got the trigger warning up. See, I prepared for us so that I know. So nothing catches us by surprise. All right? It's not because we're oversensitive, but we are sensitive, and I do need to warn you when there is something triggering. You know? Sometimes if people are claustrophobic or if they've had traumas where maybe they were put in suitcases or things like that, you just never know. So I'm just letting you know. We are now going to be watching distressing content. We are now going to be seeing one of the videos that Sarah took on her phone. I have shortened it for you, okay? So that you can mostly hear what she's saying. They are going to also play it in the police interrogation in the background. So you'll hear George's voice in the background there as well. So just know, it's not comfortable, it's not nice. This is, of course, true crime, and we want to see what happened here. So are we ready? Now she says she fell asleep and she just zipped him up and hide and seek. Now you tell me if this looks like just hide and seek, which again makes no sense because she put him in the suitcase. You do not put someone in their hiding spot when you're playing hide and seek, and there's only 2 of you in the house. Okay. So, and she also said, we only had like 1 bottle of wine. Okay, but there's 2 receipts from Publix for 2, they bought 2 bottles of wine that day. Both were apparently finished. So at minimum, they shared 2 bottles of wine, which means they had a bottle of wine each. I would still say they probably had more. Brian, her ex-husband, said that her drink of choice was vodka. So I wonder how much vodka she had at the house. Because by her behavior, it sounds like she was pretty damn drunk, right? And if she's an alcoholic, which is what it sounds like from all the years that her ex-husband knew her and friends and the neighbors and the property manager, I think she might be able to drink more than a bottle of wine, right? Yeah, Ellen says they had 2 bottles of wine from what they purchased that day. I just wonder how much more she had. Okay, or they. But, so here we go.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Sarah.
Notice the position of the suitcase. Okay, you can see the background there. There is actually some art there, which I noticed. So maybe they did do some art at some point, or she did it, or that's her story. I'm not saying they made that art. It just seems like maybe she did paint a little bit here and there. But the point is, look at the position of the suitcase. There's another video where there's actually just a still image that I've seen where the suitcase is flipped over. This is now upside down, which you cannot put someone in a suitcase like that. He would have already had to get in the suitcase, be zipped in, then flipped over. Then she makes this video. When she makes this video, there's an 11-minute wait before she makes the next video, which they point out in the police interrogation that we will watch together. But anyway, there they also talk about, well, you flipped the suitcase over. It's not like you put him in the suitcase, you fell asleep. No, you put him in the suitcase, you flipped him over. I would speculate you probably kicked the suitcase and things like that based on his injuries, blunt force trauma and lacerations on his lip, and he had scratches on his neck and back and things, so that could have happened before. But the thing is, this is obviously, the suitcase had been moved already. And in the next video, it's flipped over. So just keep that in mind, okay? And she claims she doesn't remember making this.
I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you jingle me.
Sarah.
So the first time she says, yeah, that's what you do when you choke me, but yet she was the one arrested for choking him. She choked him in a DV incident, and then he kicked her in the face. He said if he didn't, he wouldn't have survived it. He would have been completely incapacitated, is how he worded it at the time. I think that was in 2018 or 2019, right? That's when she got arrested for domestic violence, for choking him. So it's weird how here she says, and I mean, maybe they did this to each other, but she said, yeah, that's what you do when you choke me. When he says he can't breathe. And then after that, she says, yeah, that's what happens when you cheat on me. As if she can't breathe when he cheats on her. But it's all accusations that are not proven by everything she says in the police interview. She says he didn't want to spend a single second without her. He was completely codependent. She couldn't even like sit upstairs without him wanting to be with her, next to her all the time. So I just wonder. It sounds to me like he might not, and I'm just speculating, but from everything that I've looked at in this case, he might not have cheated on her. It's just something that she's saying at this point. We shall see, okay? Lynette says, first time with you live. It's so nice. Thank you so much for being here. Okay. Ooh, what a case to be first time live, right?
Fuck you!
Breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Sarah.
Shh.
911. You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably, you give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold on,
so
one
cotton
second,
mouth
one
right
second.
now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done
Okay,
with
fine.
this, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
Appreciate
I'm
it. Thank you.
I'm getting Lucas.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that.
So Sarah is telling Brian, her ex-husband, not to leave. Please don't leave. Okay, you just stay there. And he's like, I gotta go pick up our son, because it was actually her turn. Now this whole day is turned into this, all of this, right? So he's like, well, I gotta go pick up our son. And she's like, yeah, I know, but just stay here. But yes, she claims she to be an extraordinary mother. You'll see that later.
Give me 1 second. Okay, we
Or
gotta...
somebody else on that call to break and
It's on the counter.
I can't move anything from out of the house.
Seriously, like, I'm
Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal
I
with,
need
right? Sit.
Ma'am,
I don't want...
Just water.
Yes, if you are so dehydrated, Dr. Pepper is not the answer. I'm just letting you know. Fizzy drinks are not the answer if you're super dehydrated. Okay, she's like, please, I just want my Dr. Pepper. Then she wants water. Then she wants cigarettes. She's very needy, even in this moment. Okay, it's always about her. It's always me, and what I need is what I'm gathering from all this that I've already seen now many times over. And I'm just like, oh man, the whole time, Dr. Pepper, cigarettes, water, me. Just calm down, lady. No wonder all these attorneys also withdrew, because that's what they say it's like. You know, she's just writing letters to the judge, and then she's busy with attorneys saying, why didn't you call me? Call me. Just the whole time. Me. As if they work in no other cases. You know what I mean? Wow.
I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
222 Charlie, put you on it.
Okay, so you don't live here in this house.
No. I live down in Lake.
This is her ex-husband, Brian Boone. Okay, the one she shares a son with.
Granada Cove down
Lake
there.
Granada Cove. Okay.
Yeah.
So kind of tell me how you came here today, or...
Well, I had been calling.
Come down here, we gotta talk.
I've been calling since.
You've been calling your ex-wife or current wife?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Ex-wife. We've
Okay.
been divorced about a year and a half. About 11:30 is when I started calling to find out, because this is supposed.
So I like that he whips his phone out so he can give them the receipts of all the times when he started calling, how many times he called, that she didn't answer the calls, and eventually he got hold of her, and then she's like, can you come over here? And he's like, walks into this situation like, what the hell? Call 911. So just to remind you from what we looked at in the presentation earlier, Brian filed for divorce in November of 2017. Sarah had already started dating George, the man who was in the suitcase, in January of 2017. The divorce with Brian was finalized in August of 2018, and Sarah dated George for about 3 years.
To be her day. Her child.
Okay.
She's generally not very good about always doing it. She tends to drink.
They called back and said she was still there, or she came back.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I started calling like 11:30. Called every half hour.
Keep that in mind, what he just said, for later. Remember it for later. He said she's really not very good at it. He always has to nag her and call her, like, just to do her responsibilities, to spend that time with her son. She's not great at it. But in the interview, in the police interview, you will hear her say that she is an extraordinary mother and that she excels at everything.
So, and then
She was back inside the lobby.
finally got a hold of her
I'll go
at
back here.
12:49, which is when she told me what was going on and if I'd come over here. So
I know that they might not have known this case would blow up like this, but if I were the police at the scene, just like, listen, Mr. Weed Eater in the background there, could you just for a second? We've got body cam going here. He's just like going. It's not for our sake. It's just to hear the audio that you can make sure you're capturing it because it's so loud in the background, right? So Sarah ignored Brian's multiple calls between 11 and 12:49, even though it was her day to have their son. Okay, so that tells me she was probably very hungover. I don't know what else to read from that. Why would she do that unless she's like really panicking or something? I'm not sure. Okay.
I came over.
She called at 12:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 12:49.
12:49.
Got over here, told her she needed to call 911, get somebody over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. I walked back out the house because I didn't really want to
Who
be
called?
there.
Did you call or did she call?
Well, I called. She called me back when I was on my way.
Did you hear what he said? I can imagine that happening. He's like, listen, you need to call 911. She's like, okay, but I need to first have a drink and a cigarette. Yeah, I'm just going to be outside for a bit. Okay.
Way to make sure I was coming over. But I called her
Give me 1
initially.
second, okay?
But I called her initially.
Do you have water in your car by any chance?
I don't think so.
Nothing?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, so she called, you get over here.
Well, I called her first.
Okay.
Trying to find out if she's going to pick up Lucas. That's when she told me everything was going on. I got my stuff together, put the puppy up in this crate. When I was starting to drive over here is when she called me to make sure I was coming, and then I got over here right after
Did you
that.
go inside and see, and then?
I walked inside the front.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the little front tile area.
Come on, step this way. Mm-hmm.
I saw legs. I just didn't really want to be in there around it, so I told her.
Well, just for the sake of the crime scene, I want to know if I were to find your footprint, it would be because you went this far into the house. So did you actually make entry past the threshold?
I don't think I ever made it to the carpet. I think it was just in that. I've been over here before.
Right,
so,
right. Yeah.
But no, I don't think I stepped past that tile area.
Okay. So
I don't think I touched doorknob. I don't think I touched anything in the kitchen. I don't know if that really matters.
Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of what you have. Well, sit tight for us. We're gonna make a few phone calls and then we'll go from there. Do you know if he has any medical issues or?
I don't.
Okay, but you've met him before.
I've met him before. Yes. Okay. Yes. They've got a full fun history.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Okay, he's going to tell us a bit. Don't worry, the Weed Eater is not the whole video through. Tried my best to reduce that, but it's hard. Okay, so simply me said, watching on my TV and jumping onto chat, Mr. Weed Eater has probably decided now is the time so that he can watch what's happening. It could be the case, right? He's like, ooh, okay, just pretend to be busy. What's going on here? So now, shame, there he's like giggling, probably out of anxiety, like, I don't know, not that it matters. You might find my footprints not inside. I didn't step like inside. And I touched the doorknob, okay, but that's it. So already there, he's getting quite nervous. Imagine what Sarah could have roped him into. That's a scary thought. Wow, so now he's going to tell us about the toxic relationship that Sarah had with George.
You guys have called over twice.
For the two of them?
Yeah, he's been arrested like I think 5 times against her, so.
Really? Okay, I'm not familiar with I haven't been here personally. So they have
he's currently on parole because of it, so.
Because of domestic violence with her?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, from last time he got, whatever it's called, like retrial something or other. He had to go to a domestic violence class.
Okay.
I know he was doing it, a parole officer, stuff like that. But I mean, like, every time she'd have him arrested, the next day she was trying to get him bailed out of jail. So I don't know what it is.
Oh, she's getting water from the tap. Probably going to pass out on us. Okay, well, listen, please do me a tight.
Oh, no.
I'll make a few phone
not a problem.
calls.
I mean,
Where's your kid need to be picked up?
Lakeline Elementary.
How soon though?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
I
Okay.
normally leave the house.
Let me try and get this going for you because I know you need that.
Okay. So Ben said, I have no respect for this guy. He runs to her knowing a dead body is there. Well, that's an assumption. He didn't know there's a dead body there. Have you heard how she can lie? She probably said, oh my word, like Georgie's passed out. Can you come over here and help me? And maybe she had a habit of doing that. Can you come over here and help me? So he's probably like, oh my word, okay, I'm coming over to help you. What is it? And he's like, whoa, like this is something else, right? So maybe if he knew it was that type of situation, he would have called 911. But I want to assume that he knew that because it's unlikely with the amount that she lies. We will see that in her police interview. Okay. So, yeah, he knows about their relationship history as well. Like, oh man, you guys have come out here many times. These two, and then she bails him out and all of this. And remember, he's paying for the apartment. Brian, because he's paying alimony and that's how they're funding their lifestyle because both of them, Sarah and George, were not working at the time. So, okay, continuing.
So, you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine.
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
Doing puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek. So he gets,
What time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like, what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was in the
suitcase. So you guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well.
That's already a different story to what she told 911. On the 911 call, she said, I put him in the suitcase. We were playing hide and seek. Now she says, he got in the suitcase. He thought it would be funny. None of that equals hide and seek, firstly. And also, I'm not buying it. Okay.
I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right where
got
it
in
is.
it. Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought he would be funny, a little
It
joke.
was. We both were laughing about it.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
George was not laughing in any of the videos. You never hear him laughing. He's begging for his life. And he had lots of other injuries, which he just straight up denies in the police interview that we'll look at later. But to imply that it was his idea, he wanted to get in, they thought it was funny, but then you see that when they present this to the jury, when this case eventually gets to trial, it should be in January of 2024. So far, the pretrial hearing is on January 16th, I think. It should be January 24th of 2024, somewhere around there, but it's been moved so many times. Who knows when it's actually happening, okay? So the point is when they show the jury this video and she says, I just thought I'd zip him in there and let him squirm a little bit. There already. That's very telling. Just leave him in there to squirm a little bit, but then I fell asleep. Okay, so he squirmed for much longer. You know what I mean? She said it there herself. Okay.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning? Or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through.
Oh, how is it gonna say that? Did you just say that? Oh, who? Is she pointing at her ex-husband? He can tell you there's a lot of things that we had been going through. Oh, okay. Oh, you're the victim now. Oh, man. And she's like, always the victim. Everything's always about her and she's always the victim. Okay, so just from what we can gather, you'll see what I mean if you've never seen these interrogation videos before, which we're still going to be watching. We're going to be here for a while today. As you can see, the total footage I have is 2 hours and 22 minutes and we're only 18 minutes in, okay? Stefan says, I fell asleep right after making 2 videos of him begging in the suitcase. The other thing is when she's like, yeah, I was already awake this morning, but I just forgot that he was still in the suitcase. Oh my goodness, what were you doing in the morning? And if they can prove that she was busy on her phone, maybe she was Googling something. Huh? Wonder where they got the suitcase. Hopefully not Walmart. But I think the digital data is also going to be interesting. Okay.
Jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Life, all that good stuff. So I just totally
so
forgot.
So you began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About what time this morning did you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like...
Again, what did you do when you went upstairs and you were awake for half an hour? Then you fell asleep. 12 and a half hours later is when you called 911. So if you were awake in the morning and you only discovered around noon, oh my word, where is he? No one's buying that. These people, this couple, very toxic, very codependent, always together. That's what they've said. That's what she said about the relationship as well. So how can you just forget where someone is? Just like, whoops, I forgot. I mean, where do you think he is?
I forgot he was in the suitcase and he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped it, took him out and started doing CPR on him.
Did you see the hand motion? I unzipped and unzipped him. She says, unzipped him, unzipped him, unzipped him. To me, that's also telling, because you know how those suitcases have like an outer zip and then another inner zip, and it just like there could be quite a few zips to really seal that suitcase. You know what I mean? It could be at least 2 zips, but she's like, I unzipped him, unzipped him, unzipped him. Oh, okay. Wow, so you really secured him in that suitcase, huh?
He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And it, like, air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR? You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing it.
And he's got no medical? He doesn't take any medication?
I don't know. Like, I don't know medical-wise. Like, what I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had something to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Here's, I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can I have one more sip of water, please?
Yes, go.
Denver, signal 29, residential, audible, 1303 Island Bay Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Maintenance and other proper goods cancel. The indication is the front door. Turn to that 1325. The motor unit on the channel.
The cups are like right there.
Okay. 44 motor unit.
Sit right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right
now.
Oh,
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope. All of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, you know, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
We really do need a baby girl emoji. When she's like, I just need a cup. It's first like, oh, ma'am, can I have a cigarette? The way she asks is like almost childlike, right? Can I have a... So she might as well say, Siggy, can I have a ciggy, please? And then she's like, no, it's secure. It's a crime scene now, okay? And she's like, okay, a cup? Maybe a cup? I mean, she might as well say sippy cup. My word. Okay.
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
After we got divorced.
It's still Boone. Okay.
Yeah,
and then your first name?
Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
B-R-I-A-N. And your date of birth?
5/27/75.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
No. He's in school.
He's in school. How old is he?
This will be a fun one to explain. He is 9. He's 3rd grade.
I can't even start with how you would explain something like this. Okay. 6th grade, you said?
3rd grade.
Third grade. 3rd grade. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So sit tight for us. I'm sorry it's so hot. Maybe
okay.
The middle of that would be a good spot to stand. So we'll take it from there. I'll keep you updated.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
My ex-husband, Brian, can I have a cigarette?
We can't let you guys communicate right now.
I know this was last week. Ask for one.
You want me to get a cigarette from him and bring it to you?
That's okay.
I could probably do that.
Ask for a lighter. Thank you.
She's now shunting the officer around. Okay, can you just maybe... Now there's a new plan. Okay, I've thought of a new plan. Yeah, okay, so never mind the cigarettes inside the house. Can you just get one from him? Can you bum one from him? Also, asking for a lighter. Thank you. As if now she's what? Oh, do you think you're in a hotel now? Or, even though that's not going to happen there either. Where do you think you're at, Sarah Boone? Just like clicking your fingers and saying to the officer, shame. And this officer is so nice. She's so sweet. And she's like, okay, I could probably do that for you. My goodness.
No problem.
It's natural. You're nervous.
I'm
You
not
have your
nervous,
anxiety.
Brian.
You're scared, right?
I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I could tell you this. I'm going to be here just as long as you are, including my... It's going to be a while. I'm welcoming this breeze right now. It's kind of warm. All right? So just bear with us.
I know.
All right?
If you could, like, give me whatever updates or anything that you know of, that's just how I work, so I know, like, kind of what...
Well, let me look at my computer, see. We already got a detective on his way. He's on the screen. Okay.
Hey, Sarah.
See, even there, look how she's sitting there. Like, I don't know, a kid whose mom didn't pick them up from school or something. And she's just sitting there like, okay, I'll just be a good girl over here. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what I'm supposed to feel right now. The officer's like, okay, well, I'm just enjoying the breeze right now because it's pretty warm. And she's like, I know, but it's just hard to explain. Like, okay. Now she's gone into victim mode here.
You get enough water?
Yes. Do I have to stand up, though?
No, if you want to stay seated, don't. I don't want you getting lightheaded.
I feel weird.
So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, sir. My name's Chelsea. My partner, Scott. To my understanding, you reside here?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just you,
And George.
Okay.
That's right. CJ says she isn't even upset that he's dead. WTF. I mean, supposedly she only discovered that he was dead about an hour before this, an hour 45 or so. Because she forgot, remember, that he was in the suitcase, according to her. And she's not crying, she's not distressed, she's not upset about him being dead. It's all just, can I have a cup? Can I have a cigarette? Can I have this? Me. I don't know how to feel. Like, oh my word. You see, that's why. Read the room. If you know, I've launched some new merch because read the room. It's just something that applies always in true crime and just in life in general. Just like read the room, Sarah Boone. Think about the situation you're in. You're not even going to pretend to be upset. And she's clearly not upset right now. She's just not expressing any of that he's gone. The person she spent all her time with for 3.5 years.
And I have a 9-year-old. It's 50-50 with Brian, my former husband.
Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives there? It's 50-50.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to clarify, I put this picture up because she's so tiny in the corner here, we can't see her. So I just want you to see whose voice it is. So I'm not blocking anything, okay? I just put this here so that you can realize this is Sarah Boone. She's sitting there on the ground, somewhere here in the corner on this footage. And so now you can see her face and hear her talking, okay?
So from what
Rodriguez
has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided, you guys...
12:30ish, yeah.
Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then...
Was your son home at the time, or...
No.
Okay.
No, with my...
Ex.
With Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play... We're just stupid like that. Like, sure. We're putting puzzles together.
Ah, she's got her vocal fry on now. Yeah, we were just like, playing hide and seek. Yeah. Can I sit down? Just cross-legged on the floor. We were just playing. Lady, can I stop talking like that? Oh my word. It's so interesting to see what a chameleon she is. She changes her behavior depending on who's talking to her. Because now it's two new people. And now suddenly she's like, yeah, we were just playing. It was like, 12:30. But earlier she said 12:30 was already when she went upstairs, right? I mean, the video was filmed just after 11. Okay, 11 p.m. So this 12:30 thing doesn't make sense with what she's saying. Like, that's not when the suitcase zipping up happened. It happened way before then, including filming it, okay? Sure.
We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell.
I hope you guys are listening carefully and taking notes, okay? There's 3 versions of the story already about just the suitcase. You can look at it from many angles. But now she's saying he would think it's funny if he wanted to get in the suitcase. So she put him in the suitcase. And another story was they both thought it would be funny. Now he wanted to get in, and she thought it'd be funny to zip him up in it too. It just like changes. There's all these little tweaks she makes to her stories, right?
Sleep. So this morning or this afternoon when I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop because he was being really quiet. But then I came downstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning.
It was afternoon. I mean, I was awake.
Or this afternoon.
But I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to do CPR on him.
Okay.
I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the person on the phone had me do the compressions continually still and count with him until you guys shut up.
Okay. And so as a part
I mean, and she says it just like that. Yeah, and then I called Brian first, then I called you guys. Yeah, you should have called 911 first. Also, with her neediness of needing Dr. Pepper, then she needs water, then she needs a cigarette. You're really telling me that you were upstairs until noon? You didn't need a coffee? You didn't need water? Food? Oh, okay, you're just like, yeah, I was just upstairs without her phone, allegedly. And it was really quiet. I thought he'd be on the laptop looking for jobs. That's what it says in the probable cause affidavit, that she thought he would be, just browsing on the laptop looking for jobs. It's very quiet. Like, oh, man. Okay.
of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay.
So she is very willing to hand over her phone and say, yeah, you can go in the house and everything. Objection Cake says, remind me what time the video was made. It was made just after 11 p.m. And there was an 11-minute gap between the first video made and the second video made of George begging for his life in that suitcase. 2 videos with a suitcase in different positions. Okay, so that was after 11 p.m. I think it was around, 10 past, or we'll get to it in the police interrogation. 11:15, something like that. And yet she's at 12:30 saying, she's gone upstairs and went to sleep and all of that. So.
Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and?
Whatever you need to do.
Okay.
Can I ask, is George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know,
That was going to be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
Well, I'm going to say, okay, I guess normal drinking is, we will have, a glass of wine or two, while we're cooking dinner. Sure. Over here, and we'll play a board game with him.
No, not by all the accounts from her ex-husband, from the neighbors, from the property manager. She was an alcoholic. So was he. His family, from everything I read up on him, I read his obituary, they said that they tried to help him with his alcohol addiction. So with her playing that down and just saying, well, just a glass of wine here or there while cooking, no. And I think that night she, and maybe they, drank a lot more than obviously a glass or 2 of wine. Especially, it makes no sense that she says that, but then claims to have no memory of making the videos.
But I mean, it's not
a couple of beers a day.
But I don't understand though. For the little bit that we had, not had anything to even do with it. I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think he drove up to the convenience store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you can walk there.
Does he have any history of using drugs? I know he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't, but
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know like a whole lot of like medical history or anything.
How long
like
have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
The surgery I think was at the
She really deflects a lot. A lot of her stories that you'll hear in the police interrogation, it just, there's no reason to be telling those stories. As the behavior panel will say, chaff and redirect, right? My good, fluff. We call that fluff. And she's like, yeah, there were no red flags with his medical history and things like that. But, okay, speaking of red flags, she's a giant red flag, right?
what, 2 years maybe? 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep.
Is it normally stored down there? Did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the, what do you call it, donations in there. So that's why.
That's why it's out?
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
And I
laughing?
both were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Both laughing about it. He's not laughing one time on that video. Johnny says, has the autopsy been released? I'm not sure. I don't have it. I've got a lot of documents in this case, but not the autopsy. But they did reference it in the police interview. So we'll hear a little bit about it there. Thank you all for being here, by the way. If you're only jumping on now, I hope you'll catch the beginning in case you don't know much about this case or you just want a refresher. This was going to go to trial in like December now. So this is kind of like trial prep for that. But now it's been moved to January. So either way, we're still preparing ourselves whenever this trial will be. And there's lots to discuss. Of course, there's her letters and there's other interviews with the property manager and neighbors and things like that, which we could look at some stage. I just wanted to finally bring this to you because you guys have been asking for a long time. So here we are.
Okay. But what position was he in when you put him, when he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this was his head and then his knees right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes.
Yes. You just closed the flap and zipped it around
Yes.
him? Okay.
I believe we were playing.
Understandably, okay.
So
playing very sinister games, right? She was playing, I think, and taunting him. She was playing a sadistic little game, it sounds like. Tempest teacup, you caught that, huh? She's like, wait, give me updates, because that's how I work. That's what she literally said. That's how I work, okay? Yeah, she likes control, and she said, give me updates, okay? Again, kind of bossing people around. You get that vibe as well, right?
he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're
not going anywhere. We're gonna be here
I'm just telling you, like,
yeah, this is gonna be a while.
I'm afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid
Why is that?
for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil.
Okay, so according to George's family, she's the blue-eyed white devil. Okay, then. I had to write that down the first time I heard it. I'm like, what? The blue-eyed white devil. Again, why, when you've just discovered your boyfriend dead in a suitcase that you claim to have forgotten about? You forgot you put him in there. And she says it's horrific. Why are you now throwing his family under the bus already and being like, I'm afraid for my life? Aren't you upset about George's life that's just been lost? Like, let's deal with that right now. You know, lady, one thing at a time.
So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
That's
So
why
no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So
they're going
it's
to kill me.
okay.
Do
Well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will.
I think a lot of people are not going to accept that. not just his family, especially based on the video evidence on her phone. Not intentional. And you will hear her say not intentional. We should probably count. No, we can't even count. We'll lose count. So many times. Not intentional. Not intentional. That's her mantra at this stage. So, okay.
We will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here, okay?
And
When
my
we leave.
9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. He's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, his mom, probably. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys just keep me posted?
Of
So I
course.
know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question or you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right?
No.
I mean, I have all their phone
And we're
numbers if
not
you need
calling.
them.
We're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later
They're
on.
going to. Okay.
It'll
You'll
be
know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
contact.
not going to be here.
Okay.
They're going to kill me.
Okay.
We'll address all of that,
Yes.
okay, before we leave. Okay?
This was.
Okay?
The neighbor in the background like, ooh, what's going on here? Now she's saying that his family is going to kill her.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
We've actually seen that in quite a few cases. Let me know if you remember some. I'm trying to remember one. Wait. Didn't Letitia also say that? This whole like, oh, I'm going to have a panic attack. I'm going to have a panic attack. Oh, I mean, maybe they do struggle with panic attacks. I have no idea. But I've just seen it so many times when it's like, oh no, like when the stress hits and it's like, oh no, I'm going to have a panic attack. Because, you know, they've got to be in victim mode, of course. That everyone feels sorry for them, right? Not for her boyfriend who just lost his life in a suitcase. Now, let me know in chat if you think, do you think that she zipped him up in that suitcase? And let's say if she was super drunk and went upstairs and passed out. Do you think that she thought she would find him alive in the suitcase the next morning? I'm sure that'll be a question that'll come up at trial, right? Like, did she, in her mind, know that he would die in that suitcase? Even though he did say, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. He was trying to get through to her, trying to make it clear. Let me know what you think that she was thinking. So Rachel says, if she thought she would teach him a lesson and leave him in there for the night, I think she'd be upset for him to have suffocated. She meant it. See, yeah, there's no display of being upset. That's why, and the video is also very telling, isn't it? Okay, here this says, believe with all your heart. If you didn't see it, that they've got this outside their apartment there. Believe with all your heart. Okay.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to talk. I'm on. Yeah.
Well, we're
You don't
here,
know
so
anything though, like why or how?
So we will not know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's going to happen is he's going to go to the medical examiner's office and he'll have what's called an autopsy.
Yeah.
That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot, there's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Lividity, you turn.
As soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body. And then it just comes very pronounced. So that's you just call it public bleeding. It happens to everybody.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
You have all these deputies here, so while we're here.
She needs them to know that she's really scared. Still, she's scared. She's thirsty, okay? She needs her cigarettes. I don't see tears, though. She's not seeming to be upset about losing her boyfriend. Welcome, Cindy Lou. Doodle Mom says, I bet her ex is grateful he divorced her. Probably, right? Oh, man, she's a handful, this one. Look, she's like, I'm really, really scared right now. Are you, though?
Nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do. Okay? And we can talk about that more in length. But, yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then,
but, I don't, this was totally, not intentional.
This was totally, not intentional. Again, that's her story, and she's sticking with it. Always Grateful says, I think she was so inebriated that she didn't think of the consequences, even though due to her actions, there was some intent of harm. I also wonder, the drunk Sarah Boone versus the sober Sarah Boone. Pernille said, Mary Green said, WKMG 6 published May 27, 2020 says that Jorge Torres' autopsy died of positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation consistent with prolonged confinement. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, they mentioned the suffocation on the probable cause affidavit as well. So that we know, but we didn't see we don't have the autopsy report or something. Not that I would usually read through that. It's very detailed. We've read through one before and never again. It's too much. Right? So, okay. Reyes said, she's unbelievable. She should be scared. Okay.
Right. That's what I'm scared about too.
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical exam looks at it. Like she said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to the scene. Yeah. His age, no real medical history that we know of. For him to have passed away, we come out and we do an investigation. Yeah. We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office will be sending people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I just don't know I don't know what it is.
Exactly. And that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's going to want.
I just really want to see my son. I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but...
Right.
So you really want to see your son. You really need to see your son. You just ignored all the calls from your ex-husband when he was trying to ask you, well, where are you? Are you going to pick up our son today? It's your turn to see him. And she ignored his calls for over an hour. So in the morning there, when she was either passed out or according to her story, she says she was already awake. But just thought, George is probably downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs. Okay, so then she's upstairs doing who knows what. She's telling the police her phone was downstairs. I don't even believe that. What is she doing up there? And saying, now I really, really want to see my son. I really want to. You want to say goodbye? Because it feels like she's already like, are you going to cuff me? And she's like that in the police interview as well. The whole time like, okay. And she does like, what's going to happen? Almost like ready to be cuffed. She does eventually get cuffed. Okay, we're going to see that. So if you're only joining now, thank you so much for being here. We're looking at the case of, the Sarah Boone trial that we're preparing for. It's Jorge Torres' case because he's the victim, of course. She's going to trial January 2024. So far, it might get shifted again and again and again. Who knows? She's been through 7 public defenders already. She's on number 7 now. Her attorney now is called Winston Hobson. And she's currently at the Orange County Jail awaiting trial and writing tons of letters to the judge. I think she's also writing letters to her ex-husband and she's very needy. even there in the Orange County jails. So if the trial happens in January, we'll probably be watching it together. Depends what's happening at the time as well. And if it will be streamed and what's going to happen. There's always a lot of factors, of course. But you've asked me to look at the case, and we're looking at the case together. Thank you so much for being here, right? So we're looking now at when the police arrived at her house on the day that she discovered her boyfriend dead in the suitcase that she put him in. And this was February 24th of 2020. So the next morning, they performed the autopsy, and they say that George died from suffocation in that suitcase. And then they have her come to the police station. I thought all along, all the articles say that the police interview, because it's not like there's no date on top of it when you look at all the footage, right? So I thought it was actually on the same day. But I believe from everything I've heard and research and everything, it was actually the next day, on the 25th. So we're going to see that next, okay?
So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Does anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay? So like I said, I got to go do some paperwork. They're going to chat with some people, and then we're going to come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Yes, please.
So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's going to go do what he needs to do.
But do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
We have to. It's the
law. We have to go and make contact with the family.
Yeah.
They have to be notified.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to...
But again, you'll know. We're not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason?
He passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting.
It's interesting how much anxiety she has about what the police are going to tell his family. Because his family will know a lot about her, right? What is it? Oh man. The blue-eyed white dragon. So she's very worried that, like, oh no, they're going to connect the dots. That's what it looks like to me. She's actually quite scared of, like, getting in trouble with his family. Okay.
For the autopsy results, and I will be at the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because.
Wow. She's like made herself really tiny now, and she's like, they're gonna think that I've killed him. They've always said that. They've always said it. Oh really? Have they always said it? Now yes, please go there and talk to them and hear about that history, right?
I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me, because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family, they've never accepted me, and they've always been really unforgiving, I'll say that, where they've never accepted me, and everybody has been.
Ah, yes, they're unforgiving, right? Because she's such a good influence on her boyfriend. I know they both were 42 years old at this time, fully grown adults, responsible for their own lives. But if her family was worried about his safety with her and just the toxic cycle, the enabling going on in this relationship for alcohol abuse and domestic violence, I mean, they had every reason to be worried.
Kick my ass, so especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, and my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I've got another one that's in jail.
And Les' brother that's Marines, is he local?
No. Well, in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way...
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He doesn't have a phone.
He used my phone.
He uses your phone.
Yeah, we did it together. So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think he'll have a problem with it.
Okay.
So...
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, we are not going to leave here with you not feeling safe. Because then we're liable.
And then his ex-wife in Philadelphia.
Well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes.
There's going to be a funeral.
Right. That you're talking like...
I know. Like, you're literally talking about the funeral and you're worried about how people are going to perceive you now. Which I know the word narcissist gets thrown around a lot. But there are some cases where there are narcissists. She, whatever it is, an egomaniac, I don't know what to call her, she's very worried about how people are going to perceive her. Like, what are they going to think about me? She's not upset that her boyfriend is dead by the looks of it. She's now, at this point, and this is 2 hours after she discovered him dead, she's worried now how they're going to perceive her at the funeral. Oh dear, there's that ex-wife in Philadelphia or wherever, and yeah, how will she perceive her? Isn't that just, yeah, as Blue Bear says, ridiculous?
Days and weeks, months, and I'm talking right here, right now. So let me do my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long.
I know, sorry.
I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you not feel safe, okay? I promise.
Please. Okay. Is this... I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay?
Like you said, if you need us again, just let them know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Martina, do you need to
Yeah.
go ahead and type?
Okay.
Sit down and type and keep like eyes on. Do you have anyone in here?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and type. You're fine. I have relief coming, so just keep typing.
Okay, now it's police interview time. It's actually February 25th.
Appreciate you coming in.
February 25th, okay? The next day. The autopsy was performed in the morning, and then they asked Sarah to come in. So she apparently went in willingly. And as the usual, I don't know how else to say, a dumb criminal did not say, look, man, I want to speak to my attorney. I need an attorney. Oh, she's just yakking away. And we're going to listen to all of it. So now we are 38 minutes into the video, and it's out of 2 hours 22. So the rest of this live stream is going to be watching this police interrogation. It's a police interview, but now in hindsight, it's an interrogation, okay? Shauna says, do you know if his family has publicly spoken? I don't know. Not that I have found. So if there's anything that you guys want to send me, like the letters to, I haven't found the letters to her ex-husband. I found letters to the judge and things like that. But whatever you want to send me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Because some of you have been following this case for a lot longer than I have, and you have done the absolute deep dive since it happened. I've done a deep dive, but only recently, because I found this case very, very sickening. Really difficult to stomach, as someone said earlier. Alexander says, this is the best interrogation video ever. Okay, so here we go.
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions.
So as she entered the room, you could see she was showing like papers. She was flapping around papers. She brought notes, which reminds me of Letitia Starr, who also brought notes, and Brooks Houck, who also brought notes. That's the Crystal Rogers case, Brooks Houck, right? He's tried to have the judge disqualified recently. It did not work out. That has been denied. Okay, so continuing, she's like, "Are we going to get to my We're going to get to mine. I've got questions. Like, no. You sit down, Sarah Boone. It's time for us to ask you questions.
I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay.
Did you see her face? She's like, I know what that's from. Which she means it from sex. She says it later, but the way she said that, I know what that's from. Oh my word, Sarah, give us a break. This trial is going to be very hectic. Imagine, I don't know yet if we cover it. Are we doing it live or defluffed like a one-day delay? Because I don't know. Are we going to make it? It's going to be quite something.
And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So, like, basically you're getting hit, and then, you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a hand on him.
Okay.
Also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know, and he's notorious for running into the wall.
Oh, giving so many reasons now for blunt force trauma, lacerations on his lips, scratches on his back and neck. So the scratches on the back, she's like, I know what that's from. All that raunchy sex, right? Okay, Sarah Boone, just hold your horses there, lady. And then she's like, okay, he also fell off my son's bike, who she hadn't seen her son since last Tuesday. This is also on a Tuesday, so a week before. She saw her son last a week ago, according to this present time. This is February 25th of 2020. And she says he's notorious for running into the wall. Now she's showing on the shoulder, he's notorious. Okay, but he doesn't have shoulder injuries right now. He has blunt force trauma, lacerations on his lip. He's got scratches and he died from suffocation. Okay, Sarah, go on.
Or the haltery.
Okay.
Why?
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex?
Yes.
Okay, because there's also a scratch on the back of his neck, kind of going, but it's going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. They occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty.
In all honesty. She's like, whoa, okay. Also, this was obviously right before the pandemic hit, So this is just before the mask era because, damn, this detective lady is just coughing all over the place throughout this interview. A few months later, it wouldn't have been like that, right? Anyway, just a side note. But look at her now. Okay, just hold on there. I don't know if you guys have seen and I don't want to redirect the stream. Stay here. Don't go there now. The behavior panel, right? I mentioned them earlier. They also looked at this interrogation and I like they snark towards the detectives, actually. They were like, what are they doing? And this guy in his, I think they said Bojangles shirt or something. They were getting so snarky about this interrogation. It was quite funny to watch. So if you want snark from a different angle, that one was a good one too. All right, so let's continue.
All honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over at the house, too, so...
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
From my understanding, he was there, last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so...
Well, we're talking about Sunday.
Yeah.
We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, so, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then into Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play and listen to music. That's why nobody got out.
She's just thoroughly confused, okay? All they did, there's nothing bad. Sit on the porch, like really good boys and girls, drink their wine, get a little bit of smoking, go inside, puzzles, art, little bit of playing. Hide and seek, and then also putting the person in their hiding spot. Right. I love it when they bring up the videos. Just wait for that. It comes later when they're like, oh, okay, we found some videos on your phone. She gets very uncomfortable with that.
Out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him. Like
I
considered
have not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. Speculatively, I'm going to say she probably just tossed the suitcase down the stairs, right? It was upstairs and downstairs. The suitcase was usually in the back of the cupboard upstairs in the bedroom. She later said, no, man, they put the suitcase downstairs because they were going to donate a whole bunch of things to Goodwill, right? Okay, it sounds to me like you got the suitcase out from upstairs that night and convinced him maybe to get in it. I don't know. Someone speculated earlier, what if she had choked him and he passed out and she put him in it? I mean, that's also this case is already very sinister, so it can't really get worse, right? So, but if she's like, I have no idea. I don't know if she kicked the bag or if she threw it down the stairs. I wouldn't be surprised if she put him in the bag and kicked it down the stairs based on those injuries.
Not touched him. I have not touched him.
Then how would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
absolutely
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah, I don't even know. The last physical was probably...
I mean, there's no logic in this. I just have no idea where this is all coming from. This interrogation is coming from you saying that you put your boyfriend in a suitcase. You zipped him up, let him squirm a little bit. You took some videos as well, and now he's ended up dead in the suitcase. That's where all of this is coming from.
You said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a month ago?
A few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Like, we've been good. I don't know.
She's like, I can't believe you guys didn't take that. Come on, man. Add it to the list of victim blaming. She's got everything lined up already. He hit me with a curtain rod. He did this, he did, and that's allegations. We don't know if he actually did those things. You know, we just actually don't know based on this case and how it is and her behavior.
So it's like, since the last time he got out of jail, like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So...
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So...
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so...
Give or take.
Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my...
See, that's where I've got the DV awareness ribbon up again. So if you want to share this episode again now with hashtag DV awareness, it's a good case study for that because it's quite confusing actually to know what was really going on here. 2 of them, toxic relationship, alleged alcoholics, and both of them, you know, in and out of jail for domestic violence incidences. In my gut, I feel like she's the aggressor and makes up a lot of things and documents things because she's trying to, you know, have things against him. It's like her toolbox of manipulation, in my opinion. But I could be wrong, you know? So maybe they both were like that towards each other. It's just very interesting case, this. Yeah, Marilee says, oh, we've seen your videos. Yeah, we're going to get to that when they show her. Listen, we found something on your phone. And then she just claims to have no memory of making those videos, but can't explain why she has no memory of making the videos. Because she claims to have only had 1 glass of wine, right? But also doesn't want to see it. And yet when she sees some of it, she's not completely in shock, distress. She's just like, oh, okay, very quiet, very quiet. Okay.
Pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had 1 really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it. From him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's...
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things and I think he gets overwhelmed and then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh, man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to...
Why does she act like such an angel about drinking alcohol? Because everybody's reported that she was an alcoholic. She'd walk around the grounds there where they lived and be inappropriately dressed and drinking and super drunk and sleeping on people's porches. I haven't read any reports of him, you know, sleeping on people's stairways or porches or whatever as they wake up in the morning, they're going to work, they're like, what is this? But she's lying there. She's bothering the neighbors saying, can I use your bathroom and things like that, and can I just get in? Or but she's like, oh no, he's drinking again. It just feels like she needs a mirror. That's what I would say in a case like that. Here's a mirror, lady. Look into it. Look deeply into it. You see it? Yeah. Okay, now say all those things to yourself. Okay. Geo Coupe says victim blaming is her speciality. Yes, it does seem to be, isn't it? And it does remind me quite a lot of Jesse Kershevsky. That's a trial we just covered. If you didn't check it out, go and check it out. It's all timestamped for you and condensed and everything defluffed. That was a very interesting case. Very different to this one. But yet, the defendant sitting there in the interviews, we're not going to hear, I don't think that Sarah Boone says, I swear to God, but she says, I'll put my hand on the Bible and all of that kind of stuff. They sound very similar at some point.
Go upstairs and read a book. Or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do.
Oh, she's got so many responsibilities that her ex-husband said she never does. So she's like, I'm busy, okay? I'm very, very busy. That sounds like Lori Vallow Daybell, right? Busy. Anyway, she's like, I've got things to do. He doesn't have responsibilities. But both of them were unemployed. Both of them were drinking. Both of them were in and out of jail for these DV allegations, domestic violence allegations, right?
He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that, so he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job.
That sentence didn't make sense. So every time, his job broke his heart because he loved it so much. Okay, that was a pivot to a different topic now. Like, what are you saying, lady? I thought you can do 50 things at once and even know about the 50 prior things and maybe even the 50 other things you're going to do after that. Because she's got a mega mind, okay? She is so smart. At least that's what she wants us to believe. She later will say she excels at everything, okay? And she's making like he's not that smart. Shame. He's literally, then she says, okay, not literally, but got steam coming out of his ears or whatever she said. Like, because his brain is just like working overtime to process one or two things. But she, very busy, productive lady who can just like process things like this, you know? Okay.
And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful. And basically,
so he loved it so much. Later, she talks about him loving all the employees there so much. The company was also, that Ace Hardware store was liquidated from what I read. So it's not because the manager was horrible. It went out of business. That's it. But now she's making up all these stories. And what does this have to do with him dying in a suitcase from her putting him in the suitcase? You know what I mean? She's really just talking a lot of crap here.
Basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all.
Okay, so if we're following so far, his manager at the Ace Hardware store. So firstly, he would drink. She doesn't want to drink. She can process so much. She's got this amazing mega brain. Okay, he's not so much. Okay, he can only process just a little bit, and he drinks a lot. And he's the abuser, right? And she's documenting things. Cool. You've checked off victim blaming. Next, okay, now after the victim blaming, that manager where he used to work, the Ace Hardware store that got liquidated, yeah, he's horrible person, horrible. Now, his ex-wife, next on the list, bonkers. Completely freaking bonkers, she says. She's going to go down a list and just throw everyone under the bus now. Anyway, so Brian, her ex-husband, paid alimony, which Sarah and George depended on, okay?
All the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink.
You got the puzzles and the paint so that you can avoid drinking. But you were in the backyard first drinking and smoking, then went inside for the puzzles and the paint. I wonder, because, you know, I wonder what they found there at the scene. What kind of, have you guys ever seen pictures? I haven't seen pictures of the puzzle or the paint. Did that even happen that night? Wow.
So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerent.
No, ma'am, no. When we see your phone, we're going to see the damage you did to him. You. put him in the suitcase. He died in the suitcase. 2nd-degree murder. We could see it on your phone. But she's like, when you guys go in my phone, you're going to see all the damage he's done to me and my television. Okay. Thank you, Yorkie. Oh, you say you followed it since day one. Okay, thank you for being here and watching with us. I really, really appreciate it.
Drunk. Well, most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday you made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording like that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk.
So she doesn't get drunk, can't get drunk, and does not want to get drunk. It's like two truths and a lie, almost. I would almost believe that she doesn't want to. It's an addiction at this point. They were alcoholics, by all accounts, from friends and family, right? Okay, I wish they did like a breathalyzer test on her on the day. That would have been very interesting. I don't think they did. But to now claim, I don't drink, or I don't get drunk, I can't get drunk. What do you mean can't? Anyone can. But if you can't, that would also be more of a sign towards being an alcoholic because your tolerance is so high. You're going to need a lot more to actually get drunk. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue to listen to what she says.
I don't like being non-compos mentis, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a...
See, she's saying that was from previously because there were 2 bottles of wine purchased on that day. They have the Publix grocery store receipts. But she's like, no, that was from another time. So you can see already there again how she lies because she's like, nah, that was just from another time. We don't have it then. But the 2 bottles were purchased that day. 2 separate receipts as well. Which that's odd too. I wonder if they went to get 1 bottle and then went to get another. Like, I didn't see I haven't seen the receipts. They're probably going to show that at the trial with the actual time stamps and things. That'll be interesting. Peggy B said she was a functioning alcoholic. Okay.
Half bottle left
yeah,
over.
About this much.
And then that you had went, I don't even know how the wine, how'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix?
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because the next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry, and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So, where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday?
You
told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and, like, just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's not...
What is the word that she said? It makes me what when she listens to his music? I've listened to that a few times, and as you know, my right ear is quite deaf, and my left ear can hear pretty good. But I'm like, what did she say? He listened to rap, by the way. It was rap music from what I looked at from his obituary and things I read up on him. He liked rap music and things like that. But she's like, ooh, a little rough around the edges there. Didn't like the music, but the neighbors also didn't like it, and you sure didn't tell him to turn it down, Sarah. The neighbors complained about your apartment and the loud music that you were both playing. Wow. Okay. Yeah, fractious is what she said, right? Fractious. This woman. Oh my goodness.
Let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because, I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies.
So the music he listens to makes her fractious, so like annoyed, or yeah, nervous. Someone said nervous, on edge. Queen of the North. She's so scared, right? So nervous, all that music, because now she's an angel, right? Sitting here. She doesn't drink. She's the responsible one. She talks about him now as if he is her son in a way, or like, okay, so I got him some puzzles, got him a little bit of paint. Then I told him, whoa, you slow down now, because, you know, she's oh so responsible. Meanwhile, her actions are the exact opposite of responsible. It sounds like she was super drunk on the video that she filmed on her phone of George in the suitcase. She's saying the most bizarre things, and she zipped him up in it and left him in it to die. That doesn't sound very responsible to me, or like a caretaker, or a caregiver, as we said. Big difference there, like with Jesse Kershevsky. Okay. Sure.
We're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. Where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
on your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was...
But you said it was a good day, like you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship, you guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys...
Listen, don't talk about rabbit holes that way, okay? Also, where was the dog? Does anyone know? Are there any locals? Do you know what dog she had? Where was the dog? We didn't hear a dog barking. I've never seen her dog. Because she talks about this dog. How was she taking care of a dog? I feel sorry for the dog. Oh my word. Is the dog okay? Is it with Brian now? Hope so. Wow.
When I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because...
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters. Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise, though. Like, no issues, did you guys have a conversation?
They were unemployed for 2 years, okay? So now she's making as if, don't worry, we're going to get through this. It's okay. Like, she doesn't have a job either. It's not like she has a 9-to-5 and she's, you know, the responsible one. Don't worry, George, we're going to get you a job. Like, we're going to get you back on your feet. She's not even on her feet. And she's making like, I was just helping him get him back on his feet. You can't help him if you're also lying down, lady.
About your relationship, or was it just about...
Just like what's going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdened himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like, I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me.
Okay, so he's been going to classes, which would probably be with his parole and stuff like that, right? The DV and all of that. And learning that communication is very important. Well, when he was in the suitcase, he was communicating. Sarah, let me out. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please let me out. I think the one who needs communication classes or listening classes is this one. Again, she's making like he was doing so much better, learning how to communicate. He was communicating with you from the suitcase. You were saying sinister things at him. F you and for everything you've done to me. And, you know, this is, she can't breathe when he cheats on her and all kinds of stuff. So there was no help to George at all, saying what he was communicating fell on deaf ears.
Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room and then starts talking because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried and...
Again, I know that word gets thrown around a lot, but narcissists say that. I know him better than he knows himself. Okay, maybe not. Maybe he knows himself better than you do, Sarah. I can't stand it when people say that. Okay, moving on.
Every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and...
I never stopped.
Trying to...
I never stopped. Okay. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
How are you trying to help him? When he was begging for help in the suitcase you zipped him up in, you didn't help him. You laughed at him. You said, F you. You said, this is for all you've done to me. And you even said, I left him to squirm a little bit. Inner G says, if it was such a good day, why did she do that to him? Sometimes abusers will do that. Sabotage a really good day. It was a really great day, beautiful weather. This day feels rather perfect. Okay. Time to sabotage that. You know what I mean? Shake things up a little. Very sad, very sad.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and...
I have no idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them.
And enter Jesse Kershevsky. Oh, man. Remember Jesse Kershevsky? I swear to God. Swear to God. Nope. Didn't do that. No clue. No, she's doing the same thing now. 100% right hand to God. Okay, what's your left hand doing though, lady? I would like to know what's your left hand in that scenario, in that analogy.
Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, just kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before. I think the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end.
Okay.
But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually court ordered. The way she makes her face is hard. Couldn't resist. She's like, it's court ordered, you guys. Let me educate you on how this works. Like, you do realize who's interviewing here, right? They would know how this works. I put the little light bulb there for her. She's so smart. She's telling the police now how it works, okay? She's here. Everybody sit down. I'm about to teach you.
It took him a while to get used to it and understand. They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions too I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42 minutes.
This is not a job interview. We do not need to know who your references are at this point, Miss Boone. We don't need to know how amazing and grateful other people were for you in what they perceived the situation was. It's changed now that you zipped him in a suitcase and he died in it. Like this lady. She's bragging again about what an amazing caregiver she is. People are so grateful for her. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to hold back the snark just to it's very difficult in this case, okay? This case is difficult. She's got so much evidence against her. And she thinks she's so smart. Yes, Helgoma once says, I roll smart. Okay, it's hard to just watch it, but like, let's just see what happened. This one. We saw your videos on your phone. It's horrible. Very distressing. And what a liar.
That phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Batterers Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together, where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you, because for a video that
And did you ever apologize to him? Did you ever go to classes like that? Did you ever educate yourself? Did you ever communicate your feelings instead of zipping someone in a suitcase? No. It doesn't sound like it. It's just like, wow, you're doing so amazingly. Anyway, let's get drunk and I'll zip you in a suitcase. How about it? Oh my word, like, it's just maddening because she's trying to make herself sound like the best thing that ever happened to him. But so far, she's charged with second-degree murder.
he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
So, yeah, when she documents things and shows him videos, then he's like, oh man, I acknowledge I have done you wrong. Okay, what about the 2 videos you made of him before he died? I don't know how long he was in there before he died, you know what I mean? Because she went upstairs and fell asleep.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Even when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors don't tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take.
So every time she calls the police on him, which sounds to me like she wants to punish him in some way, right? Then they come, they arrest him, she goes to the police station, she bails him out. Now she wants people to believe she fled or just took a nap upstairs, you know, and fleeing would be as you said, 30 seconds down the road to her ex-husband's house, which I also doubt. I don't know if he would have liked that or had that going on. I mean, he filed for divorce, and someone earlier said, but then the ex-husband was supporting them. By law, he had to pay alimony, and they were living off that. Both were unemployed, right? Yes, and also Jillibean says her defense is battered wife syndrome. I believe that is what her defense so far is going with. Of course, she's now got a new attorney again, so we will see. I mean, if she had to defend herself, sure, I think she's going to go with that as well, which is a psychological trauma that results from ongoing physical, psychological, and or sexual abuse, typically at the hands of an intimate partner. So domestic violence, coercive control, that's the type of defense that she's going for. But it just doesn't sound like it. To me, she scares me. You know, she feels like the aggressor. But again, I could be wrong. Okay.
He came back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it. Like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So I don't know if you all know where Katie Way Trail is. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Mm-hmm. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee.
I heard a hesitation there. Having your morning what? Cigarette, coffee, with a little splash of vodka in it? I'm just speculating based on how she said that. Having my morning what? He was poking his head over. Okay. Yeah. Algoma 1 said earlier you said the copy's just like, oh, okay. All this and they haven't pulled their ace out of the video. Right?
Also know, too, what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's going to do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got, like, a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs.
Remember with Gabby Petito, she didn't want to be separated from Brian Laundrie? And then the police then thought that Gabby was the aggressor, which was, in my opinion, still very incorrect, especially look how the case went, right? It feels kind of like that here. That he just was so codependent, that his self-worth was so beaten down, that he just needed to be with her at all times. That's what it feels like. Again, I could be wrong. I'm just speculating, and I'm enjoying reading your comments as well. Okay. Yes. Bosie's mom. Did I say it right? True Crime Beat says, I just need this to finally go to trial. Yeah, I think that's what we're all thinking, right? It's been a long, long road. It's also one of the reasons I didn't cover it yet, because all the time I'm like, when is this actually going to? Because they keep shifting it. When I was deep diving this at first, I thought it's going to be December 11th, but now it isn't. Now it's already shifted again to January 2024. Oh my goodness. Wow, Leah, you received your stuff already? That's so cool. The Read the Room stuff? I wish Sarah knew how to read the room. Yeah, she doesn't know how. So that's cool. Okay. Here we go.
Or downstairs. So it's like if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together.
So she's communicating that she actually doesn't know how to assert her boundaries. is what I'm hearing. Because she's just like, no, I don't even believe it. But okay, when she's like, we just needed some space. This was obviously very toxic, very codependent and all of that. And then she would be like, I'm going to go upstairs, just get a little bit distance and space. Otherwise there's friction. But then it would be like, what are we having for dinner? And so they cook dinner and then they watch a movie together. So they never really actually got out of this toxic, codependent relationship. There were no boundaries. There was no me time or anything like that, which isn't healthy. Bratty Babs Love, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And eat dinner. And then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? I don't. You kind of like lost me. Like when? What are you?
It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So, have you been feeling that way lately, or
no?
Okay.
No. Okay. My thing is too, so you all know. Oh, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife. When I say a monster, she's a monster. Like it does. She withholds their children from.
Okay, so now Sarah's saying that George's ex-wife is a monster while she's in a police interrogation about George's horrible death. Okay then. What is the reason for that? Why does she need to talk about the ex-wife and his, family, his daughter, that he had to, she even said, did you hear that earlier? She said that George had to pull his sister off of Sarah one time. So what I'm saying is that I hear the whole time Sarah making as if everybody around her is an abuser, and it sounds like a physical abuser. That's where I'd like to hold up a mirror. It just feels like she's the biggest red flag in the room.
Speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this has not been recent, but
so it hasn't been recent. It's irrelevant. Also, we've already seen the video that she filmed. They're gonna play it for her later, where she calls George stupid. F you, stupid. And yet now she's saying the ex-wife is a monster and berates him. Okay, and I think that's you still. That's still you, Sarah. Is zipping him in a suitcase and leaving him to die, allegedly, not worse than what she's saying this ex-wife did?
Why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What does she have to do, though, with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday?
No, I'm just saying, previously, why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any timelines better? What time you guys?
Zimmy, this is also one of my questions. You say, why would he get into a suitcase if he was the abuser? And why would she put him in a suitcase thinking, well, he's going to get out? Because before she thinks he's going to get out, she's calling him stupid. She's saying, F you. This is for everything you've done to me. This is because you cheated on me. This is because you choked me. She's saying all kinds of things in that video, right? If he was the abuser, the aggressor, and she had to flee, like she's saying, why would you put that abuser in a suitcase and then say you thought he's going to get out? That means maybe he was an abuser and she put him in the suitcase, but definitely she left space for him to get out. That's debunked by default, by what she's saying the relationship is, right? Well, they did say they couldn't even see spaces that she says she left. And that probable cause affidavit did say there was a paper clip used to basically put, when the zippers come together, to put those together. So she really secured that suitcase. But yes, Zimmy, why would he get into the suitcase if he was the abuser? And why would she risk it of him getting out? Yes?
You guys were playing, what time he was zipped up in the luggage, what time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then...
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember...
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside so we could
About what time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking?
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
you're talking about from hanging out outside and like. Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there. And just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it, started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit, started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe.
Started to talk, paint, whatever. I don't trust all of that. What's happening in between there? Her timeline, she can barely remember it. You know, and cleaning, she wants to sound like the perfect, I don't know, partner or something. It's just like, okay, we cleaned the house a bit, I did some laundry, we're outside doing a puzzle. I don't know if we were a fly on that wall, I don't know if it was anything like that. Are you sure, Sarah Boone? Are you sure?
Gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he did.
Gee, Sarah, thanks for trying to explain how hide and seek works. You're 42 here, woman, and you're speaking to an adult female. Do you think everybody else has not lived any life whatsoever? Like, oh man.
Didn't come up and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship. When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there.
If you were here in the beginning of the stream, this is a picture that's gone with all the articles. I do not know if this is the picture Sarah posted because it makes little sense to me. You could see there is a child in the suitcase, but I don't know who the man is. But the point is that Sarah, 4 years prior to this, posted a picture on Facebook, which again, I'll say this is the picture they link on all the articles about that, where she posted a child in a suitcase. And people who saw it on Facebook were really worried. They called the police and everything. The police investigated it and said they found it was consensual, that the child wanted to get in the suitcase. But the way she's acting now about, no way, I would never tell someone to get in a suitcase or never put someone in a suitcase. Okay, but 4 years ago, you already put, presumably, your son in a suitcase. Which in itself is quite a red flag now, in hindsight, right?
There, and it was there, and it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but obviously no. I understand, you know.
It's like a massive no she's doing there. No, no, no. I don't know if I believe her. Sinlik says, I understood that the paperclip replaced the missing zipper pull broken. It didn't seal the zipper closed. So that is what I understood from the PCA as well. But you know those on the zipper, those little handles, it's one of those that I think was missing. You know what I mean? And so I think they used that to zipper close. Now, the reason I think that she put those two together is because he couldn't get out of the suitcase. So I was just trying to think, you know, obviously, I'm sure everybody's traveled a lot, right? But when I was a pilot, we lived out of bags all the time. We lived out of suitcases. I just know about these like the three zippers. You know, when it's like triple sealed, those types of bags. I don't know if this was one of those bags, but I can just imagine that she actually, to finalize sealing that bag, put that paper clip there. I could be wrong, but I just wondered why couldn't he somehow like use his hands to get out somehow? But I think she sealed it that way. That's what I'm thinking. And again, I could be wrong. But because the probable cause affidavit is obviously a little bit vague. But to think that it seemed to go to those lengths, it also worries me, you know? Okay. Oh my word. Precy said Tom Cruise still plays hide and seek. He has parties for it. Well, Tom Cruise is quite a red flag, is he not? Based on what we've heard about, I don't know. Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Moving on.
You're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember?
Marilise asked, was her video of him in the suitcase upstairs or downstairs? I believe it was downstairs. Because Brian also, her ex-husband, came over and just sort of walked 2 steps in and was like, oh, hell no. You know, so downstairs. But I wonder if him getting put in the suitcase or getting in the suitcase as a joke, maybe she dared him or something, didn't start upstairs. And then she tossed the suitcase down the stairs. That's one of the speculations.
Making any videos or maybe having any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it because it's password protected?
He'll come and get it to me and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No.
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming, other than...
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I get my son, I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go, everybody. Here we go. So they listened to all her bullcuck. And now they're going to show her the videos that they already found on her phone. It's pretty damning evidence, if you ask me. And now, look, she's like, oh, okay. Like, the way she's sitting is like, act cool, act cool. Let's see what they've got here. Mm-hmm.
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shutting down.
Oh.
Oh, Sarah saved by the battery dying. That was unfortunate in this interrogation. That was a pretty important moment to not have Bill Gates. It's not Bill Gates' fault. We just joke about that sometimes, okay? But see, the battery died right there. Come on. Convenient, huh, Sarah? She's like, oh, your battery's dying. And they're like, oh, okay. Oh, man. Okay, so it would have been great to just play it through and see her reaction, right? So now she's sort of back in control again.
Let me...
The battery doesn't last very long.
Yeah, it used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply...
Seagate once says she definitely tossed that suitcase down the stairs. The neighbor heard it. Yeah, the neighbor heard like thumping sounds and things, right? So it's pretty plausible speculation, right?
Asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and...
No.
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like...
I don't think you all understand who I am.
Okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything.
Wow. Oh my word. I just have to pause that again. This is my 4th time watching this, and every time I'm just like, I gotta pause it at this point. I'm just like, wait, what? I've always been a straight-A student. Okay, lady, you're 42 now. We're not in high school. I've always been a straight-A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. Okay, no one asked you that. She's literally like, okay, so I don't think you guys understand like who I am. I'm amazing. Wow, Sarah. Look at him. The cop is just like, okay.
I would not do that.
You wouldn't zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay.
Ah, that moment, it would have been so good to say, okay, so what were you planning? What were you planning? I wasn't planning to go upstairs and fall asleep. Okay, what were you planning? They do ask her later. But it would have been great in this moment, right? Okay, now they're going to faff around with the cord a little bit.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
Mm-mm.
No.
She says, is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. Do you know how much your boyfriend had to take when you put him in there? This is just a video. 2 minutes, and I think the other one was 20 seconds or so, if I remember correctly. Okay, these are just video clips of what happened that night. But she's like, is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. Oh, but you went upstairs, we were apparently awake for half an hour, and then fell asleep while George was in that suitcase. Lori says, can you say narcissist? Like, give us an N, give us an A. Right?
I don't know how much I can take. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And
Fuck you.
That's you, your voice.
Stupid.
That's my name. Don't wear it out. I can't fucking breathe, man.
He still says, he says, I can't effing breathe, baby. And she's just calling him stupid, and she's saying, that's my name, don't wear it out. But look at her reaction here. There isn't one. She's just looking. She's just looking at it. A normal person who has no memory of making this video would be quite horrified right now. Maybe even a or something. There's nothing. She's just like looking, oh, okay. All right, make it stop. So calm. No crying.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah.
I don't want to watch it, please. Okay.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had 2 fingers hanging out. And you
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions, and him saying that he can't breathe, and you saying fuck you.
So this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down.
Wow, what a choice of words there. Guys, this is killing me right now. No, what you're watching is actually what killed George. Yeah. I mean, can you believe what she just said? Guys, this is killing me right now.
And then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were getting ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but...
Where's here?
This whole, like, stopped here, is this, she's like, she's just like looping now with the zipper. Stopped here. Okay, it wasn't my intention. Well, it was your intention because that's what you did. You intended to go upstairs, chill out or something. I don't know what you did for half an hour and then you went to sleep. You know?
Show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to...
Well, answer the question. Why do you keep saying that you left enough room for 2 fingers to creep out and then get himself out somehow when you didn't? Even that is a lie. They're like, there is no space. There's no gap. There's nothing. There's no way for him to get out. Isn't it amazing how suspects and convicted criminals in hindsight, so this is obviously a suspected killer, she's still got to go to trial, how they resort to this very animated body language when pressured, when it's like, okay, zipper over here, and then like she stands up to explain the most basic thing. You know, they often explain directions like that as well. So it's like over here, and then if you just go down, we saw that now with Jessie Krzyzewski, she did it as well. When it's like you just go, like you turn right, there's like a tree there, and there's a gas station. You go, okay, you just go a little further, and I'm like, what are they? Why do they do this? They get uncomfortable. They buy themselves time. Explain direction or just some random things. Randomly in that moment, she's like, zipper up to here. Up to here. Yeah, okay, Sarah. But she's definitely looking stressed out now. And she should be.
Tell you.
I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you...
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well...
Like if I were to tell my
Oh, like
partner.
he does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so.
Okay.
My intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself out, but the video shows
That's what I told you.
When I see his
I'm just laughing for a second at this police officer, this detective's like rocking in the chair. He's really like, whoa, he's just like, bro, don't break the chair. Like at this point, I think he's getting very frustrated with this story, right? Okay.
Fingers.
He'll be up here any minute.
We have to find light moments in these grim cases because they are so horrible. Yeah, Ellen says, I get called everything but a white woman. I just wondered, did she say but a white woman or about a white woman? I couldn't hear that either, but again, she said the family called her a blue-eyed white dragon. Yeah, okay.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
Do you think
not able
he's
to get
joking?
out.
You told me he was laughing, and
We were before.
The video, there's no
When we
laughing.
first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to you recording this?
11:12. So when I was guessing 10 past or quarter past, yeah, right about there. 11:12 is when the first video starts. And it's like 2 minutes long. That's also quite long. That's a long time to film a video, you know, of him in that suitcase. And then later there's a second video, 11 minutes later.
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're
didn't,
the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just like he thinks.
Oh, really? Tell us more about that. That's another red flag. George has done that in the past too. What, to beg for his life? Said, please, I can't breathe. Probably, because she got arrested for choking him. Then he kicked her in the face to kick her away. Apparently, that's what happened. According to the police reports, right? The two of them telling each side of their story, but that's what he said. Kelly Brown, thank you so much. You say, keep it up. Pseudonym Hack Life says, I feel terrible for her. I can see I'm the only person in the world who does. Maybe it's because I suffer from alcoholism. Not a day goes by that I don't count my blessings that I got sober. So congratulations on getting sober. Also, one can have empathy for the addiction, but not for the murder. You know what I mean? Like, this is terrible. This is toxic, and the addiction can make people do terrible things, but it's not the addiction's fault necessarily. It's still the person. She still had to make that choice to put him in the suitcase, film it, laugh at him, call him stupid, say F you, maybe even kick the bag down the stairs. That is unforgivable. Of course, one can have empathy and relate to the addiction part. You know? That's terrible. But both of them, she didn't even relate to him as an addict. She calls him the alcoholic, not her. She's not one. She's in major denial. He's the alcoholic. She's Miss Perfect, who's got responsibilities and can process 150 things at a time. You know what I mean? So, no matter what, one cannot use, like, let's say, a mental health diagnosis or an addiction as an excuse to abuse people. Ever. No. Sarah Boone, Angie, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, we had 1 hour 14 out of 2 hours 22.
Thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like, I don't.
Well, he's never been locked in a suitcase. That's where he couldn't get out. So
it's kind of. I thought it was
and
the boy
the oxygen
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing. Is he joking? He is begging. And
so when she says she thinks it's like a boy crying wolf, it's as if it's a false alarm. And she said it's happened many times in the past. To me, that is a red flag that she's an abuser.
You're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments. Like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but, like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what...
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and... Just because you're drunk doesn't mean that you...
You told us times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. I understand where you all are coming from.
Well, we're just trying to make sense of it. We're trying to figure out...
She's kind of at a loss in that moment, like, okay, yes, I understand where you guys are coming from. Yes. Rochelle said it has nothing to do with addiction. It's her sadistic personality. I mean, there's lots and lots of addicts in the world, you know, struggling with addiction of many different things. In this case, it sounds like alcoholism is happening, and they're not putting people in suitcases. They're not charged with murder. Some are, many aren't. I think majority aren't, you know, so.
Trying to figure out this video.
You explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was... My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to... He'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think, he's asking to come out, he can't
I didn't do
breathe.
it intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the suitcase.
What was your plan?
Waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
But if he's such an abuser, wouldn't he be really mad at you then? That you did that you recorded him, that you called him stupid, that you said F you and all of that. If you thought he's going to get out and come upstairs, wouldn't that put you in danger if he's such an abuser?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him? Maybe I shouldn't?
No.
That didn't cross your mind because it didn't happen.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just...
We're asking.
It's the whole...
You tell us.
It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was, like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name, and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing.
I think everybody can see it loud and clear. Like many true crime cases, it's a pattern that we can see. It's toxic, it's codependent, it's enabling. It's two alcoholics together. There's domestic violence going on. There's a lack of self-worth. There's a snowball situation the whole time, going round and round in circles. It's just terrible. But she's like, nobody understands our relationship. Okay, I think people can understand it. It's not that special or that unique, and especially if she is an abuser, which from where I'm looking, it looks like she very much could be. Yeah, it's really not that unique. And it's like, we see it a lot. And it's very sad. Sure.
Never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I wouldn't
George.
do that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So.
But you did 4 years ago. You did. and you put it on Facebook. You took a picture of it, you put it on Facebook. I don't know if it was her son, but who else would it be? One has to presume it's her son. A child was put in a suitcase as a joke, posted on Facebook. People on Facebook were worried and reported her for it. And the police investigated it, and they're like, okay, no, it was consensual. The child wanted to get in the suitcase. But now, in hindsight, whoa.
So I just... Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's... I mean... It's not my... That was not my intention.
Well,
y'all don't have any idea what I've done for him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally, several times, told him just, fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video, but you won't let us play the rest of it because you don't want to...
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so, too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though, so...
When I say cheating, it's on his phone. And then the police officer, the detective says, well, cheating is cheating. And she's like, I think so too. Okay, motive.
So, I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said...
She says no, but it's on the video. When he says you can't breathe, she says, yeah, that's what you do to me when you cheat on me. The first time she said, that's what you do when you choke me. And the next time she says, yeah, that's what you do when you cheat on me. Now she's saying it's digital cheating. It's probably like liking someone's picture on Instagram or something, right? Oh, my word.
Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't know what you... This is...
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
Zipped somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think... So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to, like...
We're just... The video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It does not... It is not leading up... It is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So...
And that's why we want to know...
And I don't remember doing those.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please.
Whoa, what's your tone, Sarah? She's like, if you don't mind, please. Okay. And she's like, you don't think that I thought about that when they say, well, the videos, you know, it is what it is. It's like, we can see what happened there right here. And she's like, you don't think I've thought about that? And now she's like, oh, if you don't mind, please, just like, let me get a word in. She's thinking up her next story. El Serduk. I hope I said it right. Serduk. I always want to say it right. Thank you, Grizzly. You are the best. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Algoma, I wonder. You say, wanna bet one of her parents punished her by putting her in a suitcase timeout. She puts people she views as inferior or children into suitcases. I wonder about that. I wonder if it's some sort of trauma that surfaces when she drinks. Obviously not often. I don't think she put people in suitcases a lot. Not that I know, but we know about the time she put a child into a suitcase and posted that to Facebook, and now there's this time as well. So I wonder. Okay. Yeah. Rochelle said, back to what I always say, just leave the toxic relationship and get on with your life. Why torture and murder? Crazy. And I think he was quite vulnerable. You know, she sounds extremely toxic, possessive, and she's blaming him for codependence, but I just wonder if she isn't like she had like all her claws in him, you know what I mean? I don't think he could. I think she was... Wow, that's a hard thing to say. But like smothering him before, you know, putting him in the bag. You know what I mean? He suffocated in the bag, but I think she was smothering him all along. But she, of course, blames him for that as well. Yeah, Kelseyfication says so indignant and condescending. And Joe Tracy says his family knew what she was, and I really feel so sad for their heartbreaking loss. A lot of people are also saying, how did he fit into the suitcase? I just put a picture of him up there. I don't think he was the tallest guy or the biggest guy. So I think that's how. Okay.
So you all are assuming that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video,
yeah,
I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could get out on his own. But the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
Is what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got...
But the zipper part is broken.
Yes, which is why we were going to zip it.
Yeah.
I just...
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside, too. I don't know how...
But why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. I don't know if he saw, where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see a hole.
No one
I didn't see
sees a
no
hole.
fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
and then
watches that
probably
video?
went to sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You, consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So
what
my thing
you
is
say we're assuming, we're not assuming,
but
we're
the
telling you what's on there.
So it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole that
He
you're
essentially
talking
would have
about.
been able to get out.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay, well.
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Yeah,
horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this.
Okay.
Whom I loved.
Oh, this is her trauma to bear. Give us a break, lady. Again, she always has to be the victim. What about George, whose life is now gone? You know what's so sinister is thinking that the next morning, she says she Woke up, she was awake, she thought maybe it'd be downstairs, you know. And then she realized around noon, he's in the suitcase. But she didn't leave the suitcase like that. Of course, let's say she panicked, okay? And she's like, oh crap, if she really forgot, I don't believe that, but okay. Then she opens the suitcase. It's just that and telling the 911 dispatcher that she tried to perform CPR and all that. That just sounds so sinister, because it's almost, if she didn't take those videos, there'd be no proof of how she zipped up the bag. Thank goodness she took those videos, because they're like, there was no hole. There's no way for him to get out. Which also makes one question, why did she take those videos? And I think it's out of habit. I think she had a habit of weaponizing content against him. You know when narcissists would collect like screenshots or content that they can use against you later? It's almost like that type of a habit is what I'm picking up. I might be wrong. In my opinion, it seems like that's plausible. And then she's, you know, when she's drinking, she might just be like, "Ooh, I'm so going to film this. So, I don't know, if he survives or something, then I'm going to use this against him." I don't know. It seems like that type of pattern. Imagine if she didn't take those videos. Wow. Rochelle, yes, I showed the video earlier of the suitcase. It's quite distressing, so I'm not going to go to it now. I might show a picture of it later again of the suitcases. Okay.
It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional.
Like Jesse Krzyzewski.
I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed because I'm thinking, okay, good, he can get out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
and what do you normally do when you go to bed?
Do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to bed to do what?
But obviously you can tell too that, like, I've been drinking also.
You go to bed to do what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I had been drinking, but...
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe?
If I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm going to go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do?
No, everybody's trying to understand what the hell you're saying, because you only had one glass of wine, right? But yet everybody that knows you says you drink a lot every day. You're an alcoholic by everyone else's account, meaning there's no way you just had one glass of wine. And you don't sound like that. Her speech is slurred on that video. She drank a lot. I don't even think they drank just 2 bottles of wine. And that's another factor, though, for poor George, who was in the suitcase. He probably was also quite inebriated. They were known to get pretty drunk together, often. They didn't work, both unemployed for 2 years, played loud music, and, you know, like, got drunk. So that would also make it even harder for him to try figure out. It's like the worst escape room of all time, to try to figure out how to get out of that suitcase. And I still think that she zipped it up all the way. I think he couldn't get out, right? That's what we could see. But even if she claims to have not zipped it up all the way, that he could get out somehow in that state, if he was in a state, he wouldn't be able to. And she probably knew that. And she called him stupid and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, but she's like, do you really think if I wasn't drinking, I would have just done that? Like hop in the suitcase and then we just go sleep. Okay, so you're blaming the alcohol. All right. We see that happen, you know, with addicts. They would blame what they're addicted to. But in this scenario, she claims to have only had a glass of wine. That's where that doesn't make sense either.
We're not trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I wouldn't call it fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy. You also, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left
I
him there to
didn't
teach
kill
him. You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away.
Why are you getting so angry, huh? Why are you raising your voice now, Sarah? Do tell. Sure, getting extremely defensive. And she's like, I didn't kill him. I mean, how about asking for an attorney at this point? All these criminals, oh man, suspected criminals and criminals. Oh my word, they just talk and talk and talk and talk. Right?
How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
And then he doesn't, but you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes, and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
and off.
You admit to moving the suitcase, like, over. So
you roll it.
You roll it over. Like, it's not like...
I didn't want him to be like that.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right.
Oh, you did him a favor and flipped the suitcase. So kind of you. She's like, I didn't want him to be like that. Okay. But he had blunt force trauma and bruising. And, you know, he's had lacerations on his lip and other injuries, scratches on his neck and on his back. Oh, okay. And so but you're so kind, right? You flipped the suitcase over. Just didn't want to leave him like that. Wow. Black Rose 11 says, so true and thank you.
You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
That's how he talks to me most of the time.
And there it is. That's how I talk to him most of the time. Red flag alert for an abuser. Abuser alert. That's how I talk to him most of the time. Saying, F you, stupid. And just laughing. Sinister cackle. A drunk cackle that she's got there. But so sadistic. You know, I know she's no serial killer from what we know. But John Wayne Gacy, which I wrote a little book about and narrated an audiobook about, when he drank, another side of him came out. So sadistic. I know it can happen with people that drink. A sadistic side would come out, but that's what it seems like happened here. Like, to say, I was kind. I flipped the suitcase over. I didn't want to leave him like that. No, your video says otherwise, and still, so grateful she actually filmed that, probably out of habit. She probably documented all these drunken nights as just like another crazy drunk story. Well, this one is a life-changing story and a life-ending one for George, which is really sad as well. Especially if he was going to classes and trying to get help and learning to communicate, all kinds of things that she said earlier that she gave him credit for, right? Wow. Yeah, April says if he could get out, he wouldn't be begging you to let him out. And he's asking her so nicely, which actually just breaks my heart, because he's saying, please, baby, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He asks her so gently. You know, he's not shouting. Even in that moment, think about that. If he's an abuser and she's put him in a suitcase, he would be swearing back at her. He'd be like, you open this effing suitcase right now. You get me out of here and you'll see. Something like that. But he's saying, baby, I can't breathe. Please, Sarah, let me out. Oh, man. JR Girl says, is she on social media? I could not find her social media. If you find something, please send it to me.
I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. nonetheless, that I had to, like, I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR, and then called you guys. And then was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count.
Because she's an amazing helper, right?
Out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I?
Shindog City says, try shouting when you can't breathe. Yeah, of course, good point. But the choice of words, when he's like, baby, please, I can't breathe, please. That's what I mean, right? Gently asking her. Instead of saying like, F you, itch, or something, if he was an abuser. You know what I mean?
I think too, like,
you chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video. He asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video.
Did you see how she looked at the detective? He's like, 5 minutes for what? And she's like, yeah, for what? Answer it. Earlier, she said 5 minutes to squirm a little bit. Oh, so you did want to punish him a little bit. You wanted him to squirm a bit, but then you just went upstairs and fell asleep, right? Sounds like you wanted him to squirm a lot.
The one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean, don't know.
Were you punishing him?
No. Just.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got. This is what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
Yeah, he's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape.
I say they're true. Jail doesn't have alcohol. And if convicted, neither does prison. So, yeah, you never will. True. Finally, a true statement. Ozzy said, the nerve of this beast shouting like that while questioned. I know, right? Sure.
Or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's in the bag saying, my God. And you say, fuck you.
When he, for the whole few minutes that he was in there,
minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11, minimum.
But one video.
Well, in between the two videos.
Between the two videos? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, and you're like,
again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? I don't.
Until it isn't. If it's the boy calling wolf, in my mind, she's an abuser. If that's how she categorizes this, can you imagine how she categorizes other abuse? If this, him begging for his life in a suitcase that she zipped him up in, is the boy crying wolf. It's like, well, just another false alarm. Didn't think it would end like this. Okay.
You say this is a game. You got somebody in
obviously
there.
like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up the flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and check
And it's
on
the
him.
whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying
I don't
to
care
do.
about 30
Whatever.
minutes.
It's like, for all I know, it's 10
He's begging for
minutes.
his life. He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't.
And if she has no concept of time, it tells me she may have been quite intoxicated. Right? One could speculate, because she's like, I don't know if it's half an hour or how long. Well, they've got the data. They've got the 2 videos that are time-stamped. And they've got the times that she's saying. 4 o'clock, laundry and cleaning. 12:30. She's upstairs falling asleep. Wow. Carla said, I forgot how loud she gets. My boyfriend is on a call for the Department of Defense. She does get loud. Oh, man.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
But my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to,
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why?
I put the handcuffs there because she's like, what is it? Okay, what is it, guys? She's almost like, okay, just arrest me already. That's what it looks like there. She's just like, all right, just cuff me. What is it that you guys are trying to say? Because she's basically reading between the lines, going like, these people are going to arrest me now. Is it now? Is that what's happening? And she even asked later, like what's going to happen now? And then when she does get cuffed, she's like, okay. She expected it, right? Dr. Edward Moskowitz, a happy Grizzly anniversary. You said so good to be here. Excellent job, G. You are a wonderful professional. Thank you so much. Okay.
What?
What
was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm going to go to sleep.
Well, that's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. And he has a bump on his eye.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. This is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? You're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing.
Eventually. Just prolong the suffering, but maybe eventually, I guess. They're trying to make her see, okay, you put yourself in George's shoes. Now how do you feel? And she's like, I guess eventually I'd want to be let out. Okay. One should not do that, but that would be an interesting experiment, is to put her in a suitcase and see how she reacts. I think she's going to be swearing left and right. Anonymous said her lack of situational and self-awareness is astonishing. Yes, And thank you for supporting the channel for 7 months. Nice to see you in chat.
I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine?
So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming. Oh, we're not. We haven't assumed anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No. By what
like
the facts of what happened. We got there. You said you pulled him out of a suitcase. You said you went up. You went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
now
what you said is like, oh, I'm
them.
tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys were within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were
statement
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
The one was.
Two Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have.
So already there, if she's saying the one was, so she's saying there was another bottle of wine there, if we deduce what she's saying, 2 were bought on the day. So if they say, well, she says the one was there before. Okay, well now we already got 3. 3 bottles of wine. So how many bottles of wine are we really talking? And Brian, her ex-husband, actually said her drink of choice is usually vodka or wine. So did they check the vodka in the house? Because she may have had some of that too. And she makes as if like, why would you think I'm just going upstairs? Like, I'm tired now. I'm sleeping. I don't know. You've been Miss Perfect up to now. Straight A student, extraordinary mother. You did laundry. You cleaned the house. You did puzzles. You did painting. One would think, yeah, you'd go upstairs, brush your teeth and get in bed and, I don't know, put some face cream on and then be like, okay, I'm going to sleep now. Based on the entire narrative. But she's like, I hit the bed, went to sleep. But yet she wants them to also believe that she was awake for about half an hour. I don't know if she was awake for half an hour. Who knows? She probably just went up there and passed out. I don't know. But they're obviously asking the questions for a reason, and she doesn't get that. It's based on all the crap she's already said.
Each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
mean, there's receipts, so it's not even worth the going back.
So this is. So I don't know what you guys are. I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
This interview was from February 25th of 2020, so the day after the police were at the house. And I see people asking throughout, have I already shown the video of the bag and the videos that she filmed on her phone? Yes. So we already looked at that. I don't really want to play it again. It's already very distressing, and I will timestamp it for you after the stream. But if you go back in the stream, you should find it there.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
not.
That's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally...
You did. You got up off the couch and walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drug you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
She said it. She said it. Oh, my word. This woman is so frustrating. It's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep saying that's what I did. That's what you said you did. You said you went upstairs. Like at 12:30. You said you were awake for half an hour. You said you then went to sleep, thinking he's going to come back upstairs. Oh, my word. Or thinking he's going to come upstairs. once they come back. But I feel like, yeah, the whole thing probably started upstairs. This, look at the detective. He's like both hands like, oh my word. Are you really saying that?
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
Notice how she speaks to the male detective versus the female. She's much more aggressive with the male. And just remember, she's had 7 public defenders. And the previous one, number 6, that just quit, said he cannot take her anymore because she keeps on saying he's a buffoon, he's an idiot, he's a this, he's a that. So abusive, still abusive. There's an abusive streak that she has towards males. One can see that even here.
But he could push it open.
No, he couldn't. The video shows him pushing up. If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Okay.
I tell you he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance, unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a result of your action.
On each other.
He is dead as a result of your action.
I understand that.
So,
that's why
You two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is.
She's like, I don't have anything. And they're like, look at the detective's face there. He's like, She's like, look, I have no injuries. Yeah, go figure. We could have guessed that. And she's like, he doesn't. Okay, then she realizes, oh yeah, crap, he's got blunt force trauma, lacerations on his lip, scratches on his neck and back. And she's like, all of that? Now she's going to have no clue what that's from. Wow. Rochelle says, I can't even open the zipper on our luggage when I'm packing. And outside of the luggage, not trapped inside. No way anyone could unzip from the inside. Especially if it had that double zipper going on. Or one of those zippers that goes all the way around. Like it goes around a few times. Ooh, that would have been complicated, right?
Whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Like,
it's
really?
the exact same thing. He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
Now she's doing that. Really? Like, really? Like, I am an abused woman. How dare you say that? That's the tone I'm getting from that. Really? Really? I'm the victim. How could you say that? Is what she might as well say there. Look at it.
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably gone to jail all those times that he went to jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
Which is the way that you're portraying him and his sister and his ex-wife and everybody else. Yes. My. Are you seeing the mirror in the room yet, Sarah Boone? That's what it feels like.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it. And I always know what to do and how to do it.
Ah, you
This,
always know.
I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's...
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No,
you guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't...
Oh, okay, so it just means, are you going to cuff me now? That's basically what she's asking. She's starting to read the room. Sarah Boone is starting to read the room. Oh, crap, I'm cornered. These people are going to cuff me. Let's just get it over with. When does this happen? That's what it seems like she's actually asking, right? She's like, I brought notes and everything. Still have things to work out, okay? She thought she's going home right after this.
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again.
I would never do that to George.
Look how she talks to the male detective. Not intentionally. And slapping her knees.
George.
You did.
Not intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
not, again,
the reason that you killed
him? It's alcohol's fault, guys. That's why every killer ever is an alcoholic, right? No, Sarah, no. You can't blame that. The nerve of this lady. Now it's the wine's fault, but she only had one glass, okay? Only one. Stefan says, can I read my notes now, detective? Yeah, she's like, I'm done with this now. Can I read my notes? I've still got things to sort out. I'm very busy with many responsibilities, okay? Heather says, I have a silly but important question. Was the bathroom upstairs on the main floor? That I don't know. Not sure of the layout of the whole house there. The bedroom was upstairs, so I would assume, and I'm only assuming that it's like an ensuite type bedroom. There should be a toilet upstairs or something, a bathroom. Maybe there's one downstairs too. It's they said a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, right? So maybe there's one downstairs, but I don't know. I don't have the floor plan.
You all?
Please sit down.
Listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention...
I don't know what it is I need to do or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Ah, okay. So you made him a happier and better person. You were just the best thing that ever happened to him, right? Which is why his family said, look, if you're going to keep going back to her, then you're going to stay there. You're either going to stay with us or you're going to stay with her, the blue-eyed white dragon lady. Because they enabled each other. But it doesn't mean put each other in suitcases. My word, Sarah, that's next level. Not intentionally. We're never going to unhear that ever again, right?
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap? Is that what it... While we're in a good place right now...
Yes. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming...
They literally like, yes, because how else do you explain it then? She's like, what, while we're in a good place? Which tells me either two things. You're not in a good place at all, or you're sabotaging majorly being in a good place. But I think it's much more sinister than that. Right? Yeah. And says intentions mean nothing. Your actions resulted in his death. Isn't there that quote, good intentions pave the road to hell? Something like that. Yeah, intention, actions. Yeah, that's what matters. And the actions she took, including filming how distressed he was in the suitcase, they speak loudly.
Fuck you!
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago.
You said
The
it.
video was from last night.
Clearly,
So it wasn't that,
inside you.
yeah.
There's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be the person that
That's the point. If that was a good day, what did a bad day look like?
I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. If, like, it's, well...
Because you're sober now, so sober you...
Nice
well, what about
person,
drunk
easy
you?
going.
Not... It's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was there.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around.
And then...
Several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No. Why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question.
you did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the...
Oh, my gosh.
When you put the stuff in where his body was...
So here's some pictures of the suitcase if you guys missed the video earlier. So in the video that we saw, the suitcase was upside down, like the picture on top. And later, it was flipped over. Isn't it horrible? So it's quite a sizable suitcase. And he wasn't the biggest guy, so I guess that's how he fit in it. But it must have been in fetal position, which is so sad.
That's the unfortunate thing, too, is nobody else was there. That's
We have a video showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to have been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it to
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would say,
point of
does
the
that
video.
help you sleep? But you're not sleeping, so...
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very...
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like,
nope.
Hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is going to think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards that.
So I would probably be telling myself that too
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, regardless, that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs. Okay. You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave him.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just you're lying and like you're now changing
Who's
your story.
lying about what?
You're now you're drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
You did.
So you did this. You did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already.
So yeah, her definition of drunk. Whoa, I would hate to see what that is. if this would be her not remembering making the videos, hitting the bed, falling asleep, for like 12 and a half hours, ignoring all the calls from her ex-husband because it was her day with her son. Wow. If that's just like one glass of wine, damn, lady, no one believes that. But if that's sober, oh my goodness, okay.
I told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
She said, "This has changed my life. I will take this." Yeah, you will. Like this. Are you taking accountability? When she says, "I will take this," what does that even mean? She's like, "Okay, I'm going to take this now. It's changed my life." Yeah, literally. In jail since this day. To right now, waiting for trial, and being such a nuisance to the attorneys, except for the ones that had conflict of interest. She's on attorney number 7, public defender, who just can't work with her. That if now this final one, well, we don't know if this is the final one, but Winston Hobson, if he quits, she might defend herself. But it's her own fault as well for delaying her own trial. Yeah, it really did change her life. But you know who else's life it changed? George's. It ended his life. And she still hasn't shown any remorse, no sorrow, no remorse, no guilt about it. It's quite shocking.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that you
but what
did
are you, okay, just
you left them in there. You're trying to dance around the fact you left them in there.
This is not,
you didn't leave them in there?
It's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it's...
He's dead. It's
but
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that?
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's going to get out.
Okay, and he didn't?
Obviously not.
When somebody
To me, it wouldn't surprise me if at her trial they present some Google searches of her looking up first-degree murder, second-degree murder, intentional homicide versus not intentional, just like, whoops, accidental, a little bit of manslaughter or something. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like the way she said it, not intentional the whole time. Like she's done a little bit of homework. And she's trying to make sure that whatever happens, if she gets arrested, that she'll get the minimum sentence. Which is maybe why she says, "I'll take this."
He's begging, saying, "I
but
can't
when you
breathe."
say that, though, but you have to, y'all
Please let me out. I can't
y'all
breathe.
don't know George, though. Like, that, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, "I can't breathe," are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
It's not a big deal. I'm just valid question.
Oh, you said you would never put...
Whenever an actual question hits her in the face that she really doesn't know how to answer, she says, "Really? Really? Like, really? Like, seriously, really?" Is that all you got, Sarah? When faced with an actual question. So if your son was in that suitcase begging for his life in the same way, are you just going to go upstairs and go to sleep? That was a valid question. And her only childish response is, "Really? Like, really?"
Your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. You keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened. You went up to bed, woke up the next day.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can...
When she's talking about maliciousness or it's not intentional, that's what I mean. It sounds to me like she may have come up with a plan. that this was her bright idea, for it's just a mistake. It was just a little game of hide and seek, which doesn't make sense because you're not going to know where the person's hiding. Otherwise, how will you seek? And you didn't seek, you walked away and went to sleep.
Say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It doesn't do...
I would say you don't know what love is at this point. Based on how you treated your ex-husband from what he said. Based on how you neglect your son, which is what the ex-husband also said. And we can see it from the day she's supposed to have her son. That very day, she's ignoring all the calls from her ex-husband. Whether she's passed out drunk or actually ignoring the calls or dealing with her deceased boyfriend. Oh my word. Yeah. When she's like, love him. You don't know what love is.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him. So.
Wouldn't let him out of a suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Yeah, what about that? That's when you gave up.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
all
video.
Day.
Not by that video. That part wasn't. Anybody looking at it, I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you don't know me.
Nope.
Would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
I don't know.
Like why?
9-year-old son would be.
Like
why are you so like caught on what we?
Why would you put your son in a suitcase when he was then 5? Allegedly, if it was her son, that she posted on Facebook in a suitcase to the point where the whole community on Facebook they were worried, reported it to the police. They investigated it. They said it was consensual. The child wanted to get in the suitcase. Why'd you do that when he was 5? Her arguments just really hold no weight at all. This shame. She's getting nowhere.
Thing.
Yeah.
Because you should be more concerned about what you've told us.
It's because like you guys are like trying
the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
like
told
what
us
is opposite?
Today. Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
because you're screaming at him, he's begging to get out.
Screaming at him.
Sounds like screaming to me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still going to allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it? Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to get that set up.
So welcome to everyone only joining now. I really appreciate you checking in here with us. There's about 100 people or so that just joined now. So we are looking at this Sarah Boone police interview. Previously, we had a presentation so that we could go over the details of the case, the timeline. We looked at listened to the 911 call, and then also the police talking to Sarah and her ex-husband outside of the home where George was inside, deceased after Sarah had put him in a suitcase and zipped it up. So we've done that, and so that's what we're doing now. We are at 1 hour 51 out of 2 hours and 22, so we've got about half an hour left. And then I'll do some timestamps for you in case you want to catch up on the case or refresh yourself or just, I don't know, see my coverage on it if you are already an expert on it, because there's lots of people that have followed this for a long time. So if you've already done that, thank you so much for being here. If you wouldn't mind liking and sharing, you can use the hashtag Sarah Boone. Also, you can use the hashtag dvawareness for domestic violence awareness, and Grizzly True Crime. That would be very helpful. Thank you, Woody Deason. Really appreciate it. So now they're going to, swab. It's buckle swab time and fingerprint forensic testing time. I actually defluffed that because it's really just paper flapping, gloves going on, paper flapping, and her just showing her hands. It wasn't all that interesting. So let's continue here.
Do you need any more water? No, but when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah.
Do you need water? No. When you come back, though, can I go over my notes? We have some things to discuss. I brought notes. Sarah Boone bringing her notes in. She's brought her own bullet points in, and she wants to discuss them. Thank you.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it was.
I don't understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How is it changing? Please help me explain. Understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, just...
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
It's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say, that's, I mean...
I can't explain to you how horrific it was to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen?
ATHD 777 says, why are we watching this, by the way? We're prepping for trial finally? Well, yes, that was the intention, because I was under the impression the trial was still happening on December 11th, which is around the corner. But then yesterday during a member stream, one of the members informed me that actually, no, it's been delayed again. I'm like, no, again. Now, the pre-trial hearing is on January 16th, and I think the trial is set for, I don't even want to say the date because it keeps on moving, but so far it seems to be January 24th-ish of 2024. So, yeah, we are trial prepping. That's what we're doing. And when I heard the new date, I actually considered, should we do this later? But we could always go, we could revisit this stream later, go over it when it gets closer to whenever the trial will actually happen. If she could just stop pissing off all the public defenders, chasing them away. My word, can we just get to trial?
Here's what gets me, though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does someone have their wits about them when...
See, that's the thing, too. But you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis. And
oh, my gosh.
At him
right.
Regularly.
Right.
Now she's like, no, it's time to gaslight to the max. Like, obviously not. The entire complex has to be wrong. All my neighbors, my ex-husband, I mean, no. But actually, yes, more than 30 complaints. Sometimes you were walking around, apparently, the grounds, dressed inappropriately and super drunk. And she's like, no.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not...
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many? You had two neighbors you went to and asked to go to the restroom.
See, that is just not fair.
No, hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom, and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No, okay. Kim and Eli. Kim is not a nice person.
Okay, not a nice person. That neighbor who said that I'm a drunk? No, she's not a nice person. Horrible person. I mean, just think about how many people... She actually has nothing nice to say about anyone at all, ever, right? When did she ever say... Because she said that George's family, sister, ex-wife, all of them horrible, horrible people. Even the manager from the Ace hardware store where George last worked, of which the Ace hardware store got liquidated. It didn't make it financially. It's not because George got fired or something like that. And she's like, nope, that guy, horrible manager. Now she's going to name people in the neighborhood and be like, horrible person. Listen, Kim and Eli, if you are watching, this is a safe space here. I hope you're with us. When we covered Letitia Gannenstauch's case and the Letitia Stauch trial, There were lots of people in the community there that were like, you know, that I had to deal with her and hear all the crap she said. And they were here with us, chatting with us. So that was really nice as well. So just know we got your back. Okay.
Person. She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's 2 bathrooms.
I wouldn't let somebody go upstairs and use my personal bathroom.
Oh, she's like, I wouldn't let someone go upstairs and use my personal bathroom, so that confirms it. That would help with the floor plan. So what I'm imagining is right. Visual learner, okay. Upstairs bathroom. But she's like, I wouldn't do that. Oh, so you'd only walk around drunk at night and ask people if you can piss in their house. Because that makes sense, right? She's making me so angry. Like she was like passed out on their patio or their porch, right? Some mornings they would get up and get ready to go to work and come out. This is what neighbors said. And they'd be like, why is she asleep on our freaking porch at 9 a.m? And she's like, but the way she's doing it now, like, ew, I wouldn't let them. Oh, so you're just going to go around super drunk asking people if you can pee in their house.
That's what the downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Or somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen. And there's stuff in the bathroom and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way. No problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What is that?
I don't think that's true at all. He's from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I don't know if he is or isn't, but don't you think that's even worse? Whether he is or isn't an illegal immigrant. That's what she's trying to say. I want to say lots of words right now. Trying to hold myself back. Like, really, Sarah? You go that low, huh? You go that low. Okay.
You have to do with you using the restroom.
They didn't want to be involved.
Should I use yours? You gotta use yours.
No. I was asking last night because, we had several different people in the neighborhood come up saying
Eli
that
and
she
Kim.
was drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Vinny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no.
But why are you asking to use people's restroom? That's what I want to know. You have your own place. 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom. And you're walking around, like waltzing around the neighborhood asking people if you can pee? Wow. True Crime Junkie, the OG says, hey, I'm not sure if you're being like sarcastic or serious now, but you say, hey, when I was drinking alcoholically, I always played hide and seek, don't judge. Just remember, in Sarah's case, we can judge because there was no seeking. She said they were playing hide and seek, but in the 911 call said she put him in the suitcase. She said, I put him in the suitcase. You do not put someone in their hiding spot and then walk away. That's literally the opposite of hide and seek, right? So hide and seek is one thing. Stuff in a suitcase and walk away, that's another. That's terrible, right? True Crime Day, we know. You get in the suitcase. Oh, man. The orphan says, I really hope she takes the stand. I mean, at this point, it's kind of 50-50. She might actually end up defending herself. Then it's going to be like Daryl Brooks. That will be... We need Judge Doro. We need Judge Doro in that situation. Wrong state for that, though. Oh, dear.
And like I said, she's not a nice person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the fingernails.
Yeah, you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't think that it's...
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
Yes, Teresa says she wasn't saying George was illegal. She was talking about one of her neighbors. Yes, correct. She was talking about one of her neighbors, not George. I just thought she'd said earlier that some of her neighbors... She always name drops Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. It's as if she says everyone's from there. But maybe she was just talking about George's family back earlier in the stream, right? But she's talking that badly about her neighbors. Kim's a horrible person. This one's an illegal immigrant. Okay, just like rat them out. And then this one, it's just, I mean, she needs a mirror. I'm telling you. I hope she has one in her jail cell. It'll be a plastic one. But I hope she looks at it and takes some accountability, right?
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need to do our due diligence that we go through
Here comes her question.
See, and that backfires on me now, too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that. Is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to agree to anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're... No.
So, his probation officer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her, or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell him.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
She's literally going over a to-do list now. Like, all right, guys, here's my action plan. So in this meeting, that's how she's treating it now. In this conference, okay, what we're discussing now is what I need to do next. So I'm going to be calling this one and that one and doing this and clear it. Come on. Just cuff her already, right? They do cuff her after this. Not yet. We've still got 25 minutes or so.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery intervention.
Yeah,
something else I was just getting ready to ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all are saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So Jennifer says she asked to use the neighbor's bathroom because her apartment was still being processed by CSI. From what I've read, there were times when she asked to use the neighbor's bathroom because she was so drunk and needed to get to the closest one. That's what I've read. So I don't know. That sounds a little bit like her based on what we've heard so far. If she is the property manager, said she was walking around the grounds dressed inappropriately in broad daylight, completely drunk, and you know, all her neighbors were not the biggest fans. They just like this couple, you hear shouting, fighting, they're drinking, they're playing loud music, and Sarah's walking around everywhere and sometimes asking to use bathroom. So that's what I read there. That's where I get that from. But I wonder, is this her story? Because it sounds like it, right? That she would be like, you know what? This is why I did it. Yeah. She has a story for everything. Rescue Mom says, busted, Miss Sarah Boone.
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was going to get ready to ask you. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final whatevers?
I mean, can you believe she did say she likes to be in control? I mean, her dominating behavior here and constantly looking at the detective. I mean, he's just like, oh, man. She's like, so which one of you is going to be calling? Now she's bossing people around again. She likes to do that. She seems to either be in victim mode and be like, can I have a cup? Can I have a cigarette? Or it's like, right, what are we doing? This is a very, I don't know what word to use here. like very dominant, aggressive, belittling type of vibe that I'm getting here, and just like, all right, guys, so how do we sort this little problem out, this little thing? Like, yeah, you're gonna get cuffed after this.
Does it matter what we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
we're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have to.
But it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not. So what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Don't worry, they're gonna see it on their Google alerts, on the news, and everywhere as well. But the detectives did say they'd call his family. I'm just saying, she's like, who's gonna tell these people? Don't worry. Don't worry, the news will take care of that.
Okay, so it's whatever bruise,
Here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which...
So Anonymous says, didn't he get thrown down the stairs in the suitcase? Who did that, Sarah? Yeah, who did that, Sarah? Apparently he did, because neighbors could hear like thumping sounds and stuff, which is horrible to think about. So when she's like, I didn't touch him, it's pretty scary when they tell her. And it will be interesting at the trial to hear what the medical examiners say. But saying the blunt force trauma and things, they don't think that's from being in the suitcase or the flipping over of the suitcase. Could be tumbling down the stairs, or I would still say, what if she, I don't know, kicked the suitcase or something? Horrible. Thank you for the sticker.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of...
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So...
It'll be up to them to make their arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
His body can't even be released,
No,
so...
I've been there with parents, grandparents, aunt and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office.
These questions are so wildly inappropriate. She's talking about funeral, like, okay, so what is his actual cause of death? Like what, you know, the way she asked it was just so cold. These questions are very cold. And then like, how can I get hold of his wedding ring? And they weren't married, they were dating, right? So is that, you know what I mean? They were dating for 3.5 years. They were not married. Now she's saying, how can I get hold of his wedding ring? What, do you want to pawn that off like Jesse Krzyzewski? That's what it sounds like at this moment. And just like, so funeral arrangements. Also, I'm going to call all of his, ex-colleagues who he really cared for and just tell them, you know, he's no longer with us. But the way she says it is just so cold and controlling. What do you think? What do you read from it?
To us eventually, and then...
It'll be released to
the
next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
Okay.
That is a civil issue.
Okay.
It was on his finger, it goes...
Okay, so she bought him a ring. Okay. I just want to go back a little bit.
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Very aggressive. I just went back a little bit. I just want to hear that
So
again.
I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of...
I didn't know. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
So...
It'll be up to them to make their arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even...
See, this is where I read, like we did earlier, that she's very possessive, because even beyond George's death, she wants to know about the funeral. So where's his body going to be? Where's the engagement ring going to be? She wants to control, yes, the narrative and everything about him and his life and how people perceive everything that happened. I mean, it's actually really scary. Nikki, thank you so much. You said, so happy you're covering this. Can't wait for the trial. Yeah, whenever we get there. I really thought it's going to be December. I was like, now we're getting there. Nope. It's moved again. January. Pre-trial hearing is January 16th.
Even considered what they're going to do.
Our body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was going to call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
Okay, that's what I just wanted to hear, because she said wedding ring, which is what got me confused, because they weren't married, but engagement ring. Wedding ring, engagement ring. And she's like, I bought it for him. Why are you asking this the next day? Like his autopsy was only performed that morning. They were only there the afternoon before. So in this moment where she's sitting there, the afternoon before is when the police were there. Around noon the day before is when she discovered her boyfriend dead in the suitcase she had zipped him up in. And here she's already like, oh, all right, let's just get to it. And I know one shouldn't speculate this way, but when she said everybody in her family is just deceased, when she says, well, I was there with all of them, when they say you can't just go there, or, you know, when she asked about the medical examiner now, or the funeral and all of that, she's like, I was there with whatever she said, the aunts, uncles, grandparents. Okay, I'd love to know more about that.
At the medical examiner's office, it'll come to us eventually, and then
it'll be released to the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
Okay.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are going to release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, and how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE,
Florida Department of
What is she doing?
So, and then, like, whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Why would you guys, oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat, for Lucas, and the receipts. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're going to come and swab your...
See, she wants to know the whole time. What's next? So where do we go from here? Can I go home now? Worry about that baseball bat.
Fingers?
No, I'm talking about, like, in the long run. Like, what do I need to, like, do I need to be doing something, or, like...
I can't tell you, like, what to do.
I mean, like, so, like, for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna, like... Because it makes it sound like, to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys.
She's reading the room. She is so reading the room. She's like, oh, I'm hearing the sound of second-degree murder from my Google searches. I'm speculating the Google searches. The way she talks about malicious intent, intentionally, not intentionally. Now she's like, I'm hearing what you're accusing me. I mean, she's basically saying, okay, get the cuffs out. Let's go. I know it's probably going to be second-degree murder. That's what it sounds like. Controlling the room.
Show up.
Okay.
I understand that.
So
we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing? Or like, because I've done the whole court thing. I've done the whole attorney thing. I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George.
Okay.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent. But it's trying to be pinned on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven.
Lady, you are jumping the gun. Oh my word.
Then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you want.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I guess, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
Well, maybe if you had Googled a little more, you would know, don't talk to the police and say, I want to speak to my attorney. I only want to speak to my attorney. After all this, she's like, what do I do? Oh, so not such a straight-A student then. At least not in those topics. Thank goodness, right? Yeah, Annie T says she is so juvenile. Mm-hmm.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, oh, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking.
For whatever to blow over. Just like let the dust settle after George's family, you know, just calms down. Maybe then I'll go back to my own house. But for now, I'm in with my ex-husband. Like, come on, lady. Don't worry. I'm sure he was very relieved when they cuffed her and carted her off to the Orange County jail, right? In Orange County, Florida. Some counties sound the same in different states, right? I'm learning. Okay. I heard that. It sounds very hectic. A pillowcase, necktie, bat, it all, that sounds, I don't know what, we'll probably hear a lot more at the trial.
So for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell them? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're going to tell the parents.
Oh, yeah, it is.
I mean, Sarah, it's not about your reputation. She's so worried about guarding her reputation, right? The whole time. Like, what are you going to tell his parents? What's going to happen? How are people going to perceive me? Well, not so well. Not so well. You're going to be all over the internet eventually, lady. Welcome to 2023, the end of. We're almost in 2024, ready for trial. And are you going to be defending yourself or what? Because at this rate, it's not looking good. Also, welcome to all the new faces here. I see lots of new names in the chat. Welcome to Grizzly True Crime. My name is Grizzly K. I'm South African, living in the Netherlands. And we cover lots of cases over here and do deep dives, and I de-fluff stuff like this for you. So if it's trials, sometimes, you know, we don't have to hear all the paper flapping and all of that. Do map time, document time, deep dives, snark where appropriate, okay? It's been hard not to get snarky. With this case, with this defendant here, oh my goodness, like hold me back. Wow. Eva said, notice when she speaks, lies are repeated in rapid succession. Watch, lies are always said in multiples. Good catch, Eva, good catch. Yes, indeed. Anonymous is claiming, we're just watching what you filmed. Exactly.
It's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're going to go, I'm not saying that we're going to go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that's public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm not, you're making it sound like we're going to tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
No.
So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot...
She's already just saying what's going to happen, right? Well, that's what's going to happen. Oh, man. Okay, we've still got about 15 minutes or so, maybe just less, of this interrogation footage. Thank you all for being here. If you haven't yet subscribed, please do subscribe. Become part of this fantastic community. I'm sure you're going to love it here. I mean, if you don't, you can always unsubscribe. But do hit that button and become part of us. We're a pretty nice bunch.
But
what are we going to tell them?
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to, like, tell you exactly what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. I don't know what I'm going to tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm going to tell them.
So,
parents that are dealing with
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. Missy should be here. I don't watch taking so long.
I get it. Look, I get it.
It's amazing how whenever she's alone with someone in the room, she doesn't get, you know, shy or back down. She'll then focus on that person, because they've taken turns now, right, to be in the room separately. And then she'll try to, I would word it, phrase it, manipulate that person and be like, okay, I get it, and try to build that rapport again, you know? Kathy says, Kathy Chapin, hello, love this interrogation. She really believes she's walking out of there. Right? That's what's actually quite funny about this. She really believes it. Like, look, I've got to get going. I have things to do. But she's not getting out of there.
That looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
Okay.
Did you see that? This male detective is just like, whoa, because she's like, swings around like, that's how much it means. She's got lock on now. She's doing a Fury neck. Fury is my black cat, right? Our black cat, Fury. And we've got Willow as now. Willow is his little sister. And they do that when they're looking at each other. And then I'm like, hello, in between them. It's like, she did that now. She's like, lock on with this female detective. She's trying to tell her something. She's trying to convince her now, okay?
I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Thank you so much, AF. I really appreciate it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
No telling.
What do you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit is got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop.
Okay.
But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
As soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will.
We might also see some Google searches at some point.
As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Does Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, that he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway.
You see, that just makes me hopeful that they've checked that laptop thoroughly. I'm sure they did, because she's like, there's nothing on there. We've heard that before. Well, even if you deleted things, they can find it. Bijou Bug says someone died. Who cares about a phone and a laptop right now?
So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
Please remember earlier, in this interrogation, she said that George needed constant background noise. But she could sit in here. She pointed at the room. I could sit in here without a peep. I never need background noise. But it sounds like you cannot handle silence. She needs to fill all the silence with her own voice.
I don't know. I can't, I don't know what to tell you, though. What?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's, yeah, you might want to, or yeah, you might want to.
I'm sorry, what?
We have more information on what?
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
But that, like I was telling her, yeah, that's bad. Which I swore in my son's life was unintentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Okay.
Going forward with this, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
So you guys, I guess you're going to call me tomorrow? Or do we need to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm going to call you next.
Isn't the report coming out tomorrow?
No.
What report?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then...
No, I'm talking about his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but...
She's looking at him again tomorrow.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending for other stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now?
I like the way they're different meaning though.
How long does this stuff take to get back?
The
Most
FGLE
of
results?
that you won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
But I'll know about it?
Sorry. Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone, and I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No
Who's
more.
typing?
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too. I know.
No, just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I had no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
It's feeding and penning. I bet you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me.
She's packing her bags, guys. She's packing her bag.
What time is it, please?
4:46.
Are you trying to make it worse?
I edited out. I can't remember now if it's now in between, if we see a glimpse of the swabbing or not. But when they came in for the swabbing, there was really nothing that happened besides Sarah Boone staring at the lady and her putting her gloves on and then swabbing her fingernails. So that's out there if you want to see that. But it was just like long silence, paper flapping and all that. So I did edit that out, okay? So we're looking, I can't wait for this moment where she gets cuffed. It's just so good. We're almost there. We've got 8 minutes left.
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
Making a comment. I mean,
CSI, that was there yesterday.
There we go, there we go.
Photos.
I thought I left this in, where at least we could see her come in, and then instead of all the silence, I just cut that silence out. So here comes the the forensics lady, okay? And so, can you believe that Sarah Boone looks at the male detective and says, "Are you trying to make me feel worse, huh?" I mean, he's just sitting there in silence. That was the D-fluff.
Okay, Sarah.
Here we go.
So, you're not free to go. Okay. Oh, do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me, to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which?
True
everything?
and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you've said today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the
Like, what a simple question, and even that she now has to answer in such a complicated way.
best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
because anytime we talk to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we've talked about is
true and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
It's not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge?
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Not intentionally.
Someone needs to call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
it a
trick.
trick? I brought you in here to ask you to explain a few things to us, and
You were read your rights.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
I have to go through that.
Doesn't matter. He's still dead. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys?
She's like, really? Now she's going to do the roller. It's like, do me a favor, stand up. Okay, turn around. What? Why is this happening?
Really?
So if I didn't show up. Why is
You're
this
trying-
happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave.
when
That I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now,
Yes, you are done after this. She's like, you said I was done after this. Exactly.
so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian.
okay.
Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Not right now, no. You'll be afforded a time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first.
Give or take 4 years to get to trial. Right? This was in February 25th of 2020. Here we are at the end of November, going into December soon, of 2023. Her trial, the pre-trial hearing is for January 16th, and I think her trial is set for January 24th. I say it loosely because it changes a lot. It's shifted so many times that I wouldn't doubt if it shifts again. But if it really, really happens there at the end of January of 2024, I'll be amazed. Maybe we'll watch it together. That's the plan. It just depends on how they're streaming it. You know, if there's cameras, what they're going to do. That's always a whole thing as well. But, oh man, she's like, what's the time frame on that? I thought I could go home now. No. No, you're done, like we said.
Parents probably by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
had a
don't work
sneaky
in there.
suspicion this was going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please.
Have a seat.
Didn't you love that? Have a seat. You just have a seat, and she immediately sits down again. That was interesting to see. But she's like, I need water like really bad. Lady, you've been sipping water this whole time. You just chugged a whole bunch of water there. That's like her go-to. Under pressure, I need water real bad.
You all tricked me down here.
Absolutely did not.
I just got those.
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes if I go.
What? Am I good on that?
Look at her face.
What am I supposed to do with my...
That was a scary look she gave him there. Don't you think? Yeah, if looks could kill, says Book Girl. Right? 219. Let's just find it there. A little bit back. Like this.
Got those.
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes if I go.
What?
That look. Oh my word. That's an intentionally. Look, yes. LA Vibe says intentionally. Yeah, not intentionally. Look how she looks at him. Oh my goodness.
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones. You'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there and get booked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
Well, how
area.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
I don't know, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I probably would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby. It's a free phone call.
All I'm doing is bring you there, sign this paper, and you're going to do it.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Okay.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. And you'll be left there for a while.
Can you request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like he's saying, is if you don't act
If you
up.
go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would
cursing
I
at
do
people,
that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bay?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack on those little things.
Hey,
Yep.
change the cuffs.
Go ahead, stand up.
I have not
So
found
what am I
anything.
going to do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
Your purse is going to come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too, my bad.
Oh, no, it's all good. Mine are now opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this?
Uh-huh.
George is dead.
You guys, I knew this was going to happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came down here willingly.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I need to get, I have my, I don't know if it's able to be or not.
Your oil, then. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
I have things in my car that I need to.
Okay.
Put your purse like that.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
Well, again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse,
Turn around now.
and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy, and that you will be afforded to see somebody. Okay?
All done?
Yes, ma'am. Let's say no.
Yeah.
My bad.
No.
And there we have it, everyone. Yes, I mean, there's more video to watch in this case. There's like interviews, which I don't see the neighbors. They don't show their faces, but there's audio of them, interviews with the neighbors. There's a few other things we could look at. There's, of course, the probable cause affidavit we haven't read through, previous charges, things like that. But I think we covered the bulk of the case today with a presentation, the 911 call, the police discussions outside the house, the body cam, and then this police interrogation. So if you never heard of the case before, do you feel like you have a good grip on it now? If you did join us for majority of the stream, because before we started the stream, 52% either to get collectively only knew a little bit or had never heard of the case at all. So let me know. Let me know if now you feel like, okay, now we know what happened here. If you didn't see, like people asking later in the stream if I'd already shown the video of that she made on her phone of her speaking to George in that way while he was in the suitcase. Yes, we showed it. I'll timestamp everything for you, as I always do after the streams. If you're new here, you might not know that. So check the pinned comments or the description box, or you can just hover over the video and you'll see everything will be chaptered out for you so that you can see all the highlights. It's difficult to call it that with true crime, but you know what I mean? The key moments in the stream. So if you miss something or you need to go back or watch the replay or whatever, it will be there for you. And whenever it is trial time, at least we're prepared, right? As a group, as a community. As Grizzlies, we're ready for this trial. Am I right? And yes, I finally covered it because I have had so many requests to cover this case. And it's a very nauseating case. It's terrible what she is accused of doing. And those videos and everything, right? Courtney says, does anyone ever interview Brian? I haven't seen the format like a police interrogation like that. But they did speak to him. We did see that earlier when he was standing outside the house. Leah says, gee, thanks for today. Thank you so much, Leah. And thank you everyone who was here. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go back to some of the earlier stickers and just read them again because there were some really nice messages. So thank you so much. And thank you, mods, for everything you do as well. I will see you again soon. If you haven't yet subscribed and made sure that all your notifications are on, do that now because I make tons of content for you. We mostly go live, but I also put up videos for you yesterday. If you guys missed it, there's a new Delphi case-related video that I put up with Judge Gold's response to Richard Allen's petition for a writ of mandamus. She actually responded on time, on the deadline, so that's in the video section in case you missed it. It's also on my community tab. I make YouTube shorts for you. I also have a second channel for shorts, so go check that out. If you ever feel lost or you want to find out where to get merch or something, everything is on grizzlytruecrime.com. The place to be is Patreon. If you've never checked it out, come check it out. We've got a great community of Grizzlies over there with a community chat, and you see lots of behind the scenes, like of my cats. Our cats. If Mr. Grizzly says my cats, I'm always like, it's our cats. Of our cats, Fury and Willow and things like that. So, that was exhausting, wasn't it? That was exhausting. Sarah Boone is exhausting. My word. So, I will see you in the next one, everyone. Stay safe, make your own smoothies, and don't get in suitcases. And read the room. We're always learning, aren't we? Okay, bye, everyone.